So hopefully everybody puts teleportation circles in their things, and then I can sell them scrolls so they can use them.
Hmm.
Because the circle doesn't teleport you. You need the spell to
You
go
still
to
need the spell, yeah. It's a component of the spell, but
it.
like your tower is the one different one that I want to keep like that, like that. Those five main portal that you're gonna have unlocked, so
Oh
like
yeah, yeah.
they have the circle already, and this one you don't have to pay and do the scroll every time. Okay, do you mind checking if you see me online on YouTube?
No, not at all.
It's
I got my
just testing right now stuff.
How do I find
It's
you?
called. Let me see. I don't even remember myself. YouTube.
My friends made a drink when I was at like 20, 21, 22. That was
Okay.
so bad we called it a dick ball sour, and that's my YouTube name still because I made it when I was in my 20s, and I thought it was so funny. So I'm Dick Ball Sour, and I don't know how to change it, but I think it's kind of funny.
It is. I mean, that's kind of name that if you were getting bigger a little bit, you'd get banned.
Oh,
They
for
would they
sure.
would
I'm
make you
just
change your name. I mean.
no, I'm just me. I don't post anything. I don't even uh, usually write comments and stuff. I just
Yeah, me too. Not much. I follow and that's it. The one I want to have in my algorithm. So that's the channel. But like I have nobody in there. I never did anything with it. But I had posted a few little like I have a group of the Damsel of Death and Destruction. There was the girl. She works for Fantasy Ground. She's the one who paid the full license for me as a gift, and I made a sessions for the group. There were four ladies like in their 50s. That was pretty funny. The Damsel of Death and Destruction.
opening it up in my phone.
But I think I'm gonna try to focus that instead of Twitch. Make sure you mute it because there's a small delay and you're gonna hear me twice.
It's on my phone,
Oh yeah, that's
and
right.
I do hear it, but I
It's
ignored
just
it
to
then.
test. I want to see if you see. How do I take the background away?
Oh, does it just have my name? Oh, that's better. All I see is uh black.
Black, black screen with a little dude running at the bottom. Do you see that?
Yeah. Yep. There he goes.
So there's a way for you to pop your own little guy there. I think. But I'm not sure how. I think it's a command. Okay, give me a sec. I'll tell you what to write in the. Okay, command. I need to disconnect. Okay, path command. Reset command. Revert. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to learn how to do that. I have no idea. Bot command, but it
Me
doesn't show
neither.
me. Shop command, ownership, name tag, action. What is action? Okay, try slash fart in the chat. Oh, maybe I need to reconnect though. Yeah, I'm gonna have to test it out and try to see, cause I don't. It's not very easily. Okay, I see you there. You're my first. What did you do? What's that? Did you
Oh,
follow?
it's a
It's just a follow.
random emoji.
No, but is it a follow? Did you follow? Top
No.
fan. Okay, okay, I see. Okay, how do I use the chat? Oh,
It's me.
chat.
Bart.
Maybe here.
Didn't work. Didn't do anything.
No, I don't know how to use the. I think maybe you can only do it in Twitch.
Oh, maybe.
Cause there's like everybody can be there, like little guy running around, and then I can do kind of mini games. There's way for you to jump and stuff, so I can drop stars, and everybody that gets the one that get the more stars win whatever, you know. And you can choose your avatar. Like right now, it's all Final Fantasy avatar stuff. You can make your own little avatar too, so it's just kind of a nice little interaction thing you can do. Alright, so I know works. Can I make my little dude jump? Oh yeah, I can sling him around. Okay, I think it's a jump. Okay, so it's try exclamation point fart. I don't think it's gonna work, but maybe. Nah, it doesn't do anything. I don't know how to do the emote.
Yeah, I have no fucking clue.
Okay, so now if I wanted to, I can add my FGU on top of it. Oh no, wait, I don't even have it. Oh, did you do that?
What did I do?
Oh, my little dude. Oh no, it's because there's a delay. I saw myself moving into YouTube, but it's because I did it 20 seconds ago. You're my 23rd subscriber. Woo.
Nice. Yeah, it takes a while to get that going, I think.
It's really to be steady. I did it with stream with Twitch from scratch, knowing nothing at all, being the worst at it and stuff, and like it got me overwhelmed trying to DM through that too. But now I would be more chill about it. I know a little bit more about it, so I'm just gonna have that running in the background from time to time when I play. When players are okay with the session streaming, I might stream it too. But like dungeon prep or like map making and stuff like that. I could do that while I'm on stream. Some people enjoy looking at that.
Streamer sessions, they'll be like, yeah, they're lunatics. Sounds.
I know there's a lot of people who do it, man. For real, there's some people, and you don't need a big following. Like just with, I would say every stream I had between 6 to 12 people watching, let's say, and that would give me a month, maybe like I don't know, $80. So
Better than nothing.
better than nothing. So if you put that on top, and there was nobody was like I had no subs and stuff like that. Like that gives you more. But I had a few people that if you have a Prime Amazon, you have one free sub you can do to a Twitch for free. So it's basically free money that you give to a Twitch. So a few of them that had it like on auto and would just give it to me every month, basically. So So if I can do that with a side from playing, start playing plus whatever else I can bring, like it's just a time if I can do it for long enough. Okay, so how do I add my actual stream on top of this one? If I do that. Oh, there you go. Ah, there you go. Now it's on top of it, so I can have my game, and the little dude is running on top of my screen. If you look at my old videos, you can see what I looked like too. I had my cam back then. Back then, little scrawny bald guy.
Oh boy.
What time? 11? Yeah, that's your hour, huh? That's when you're doing an
Yeah.
event. So yeah, me, I'm still good for another 3 or 4 hours. So I gotta find something to do. I've been going to bed so fucking late every night because of those
Oh,
Australian people.
the fucking Australians.
yeah,
Usually Australians are cool. What happened to
yeah.
him?
I don't know. He's Indian.
All right, I better go to bed.
Good night, man.
Man, take it easy. Thanks. That
You
was
too.
fun.
See you soon.
clear timeline to get Hamas to disarm?
It's not a hard timeline, but it's a line in my own mind. And at a certain point, if they
So
don't
he's just going to make it up.
do what they're supposed to do, then we'll have to do it for them.
These guys just cannot fucking stop blowing each other up.
Alert Israel conducting an airstrike in Gaza overnight, saying that Hamas terrorists attacked Israeli troops on the ground there. Fox News alert Israel conducting an airstrike in Gaza overnight, saying that Hamas terrorists attacked Israeli troops on the ground there.
Israel is calling it a bold violation of the new ceasefire, putting the whole region on edge.
Trey Yingst is live in Tel Aviv with the very latest. Good morning, Trey. This is not good news.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. It's not good news. The Israeli military is currently striking the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, this is this is the ceasefire. They're blowing each other up.
Hamas violated the ceasefire agreement. I spoke with one military official who said 2 separate attacks took place inside Israeli-controlled territory. One of them an RPG attack and the other a sniper attack conducted by Hamas. Most of the strikes this morning have taken place in the southern Gazan city of Rafah, but there is at least one report of a strike in the northern part of the enclave. This was a difficult moment for Israeli forces, having to make a decision about whether or not to start striking Gaza again. We also understand at this moment that there are warnings from the U.S. State Department against Hamas.
I've been saying this all along. Hamas not going to give up their power. Well, there are a lot of people in the Israeli military, the IDF, and also in Hamas that they're and I think this is more so for Hamas because like they have to leave Palestine after Gaza after this is over, right? That's part of the agreement. So they don't want to give up what they have. I think that's it. And this is probably on both sides to an extent.
Hello there, fellow explorers. I am Pruitt, and this is Jim Davis, and we've not hexpatriated from our hexploration, as we are crawling back to that one hex we just couldn't leave behind. It's Hex Crawls, again, on WebDM. Do you need me to do another one? It's time to return to the world of hexes. And I'm talking about warlocks.
Oh.
Just the hex crawl, though.
Gotcha.
Sometimes we like to return to subjects.
Sure.
To fill out all the little gaps to go a little deeper.
A little bit deeper. Yeah. So the last time we talked about hex crawls was more of an overview. We discussed some of the merits of different hex sizes and sort of what are some of the procedures of play that you would use when conducting a hex crawl, and how to avoid some of the pitfalls that are traditionally associated with hex crawls, that it's monotonous, repetitive, and then again at some point that you're just sort of wandering around the map without any real direction.
Yeah. So let's talk about the content within those hexes.
Yes.
And the best way to pack those hexes.
Yeah.
So that they aren't monotonous.
Right.
And redundant. Just same thing.
Just the same
over and over.
Thing. There's 2 modes of play for the hex crawl. There is the overland travel, in which the hex is a unit of time and distance in this case, and signifies to the dungeon master you need to roll some dice or check for certain things to happen. It's a procedure of play. But let's say they've gotten to the hex that they're going to stay at. They're not moving on anymore. They've reached that mythical border. What I'm talking about here is 6 to 8 mile hexes. Now, in the first video that we did in the series, I kind of was like settled on the 8 mile hex as my preferred. I've since sort of waffled a bit on that that I like the way the distances break down on a 6 mile hex as opposed to an 8 mile. And the 8 mile I chose because it breaks down nicely with the way 5th edition's movement rates work in overland travel. But obviously you can sort of do the same thing with a 6 depending on the movement rate itself. So one of the reasons why I like, or I chose since then, 6 mile hex is the one I want to feature in the videos and use for my home games, is because the simple fact that A human in an otherwise featureless environment can see about 3 miles. And so
Yeah.
if you're standing in the center of a hex, the horizon is about 3 miles away. So if barring any obstacles in the way, a person would be able to sort of gain an idea or an understanding or at least a general sense of what is in the content or what's in the what's in the hex itself. Obviously, if it's a jungle or a forest or there's lots of rugged terrain, that's going to mitigate how far they can see. But it's a good baseline to sort of start from. And so right now we're sort of still at that big map level. They're traveling along the hexes. They're in their destination hex. The question that we had, or one of the questions we raised in the last video, was how much to put in there. Whether some of it should be automatically found, whether some of it you need to go and find yourself, and so I tried to strike a balance between the two, and I do think that there should be a feature of the hex that is obvious. It's not hidden. They don't have to go look for it. Now, that doesn't mean that they should arrive there automatically, and just entering the hex means they get there without any trouble. But it should be obvious once they decide that they're not going to travel through, they're going to stick around for a while, that there's at least something to do, to visit, to see, to explore, and then from there you can start figuring out how they're going to find the other contents of the hex and the like. So I think we probably, if I'm remembering right, we settled on something like 2 to 3 features per hex, with at least one of them being obvious and sort of spottable or detectable from wherever it is that they're traveling from, and then the rest of them being hidden or at the very least not as obvious.
So what are some of the features that you like to use or like to put in your hexes?
There's sort of like a standard list, right? Monster lairs, if there's any sort of humanoid bandits, raiders, outlaws, that kind of thing. Any villages for people who live in the area. So this is one of those situations where if I've already got an encounter table made up, I'm going to go to that encounter table and sort of see, like, all right, what are some of the things that might be encountered in this hex? Is there a place in here that I can place them so that at the very least I have an idea, like, okay, this is where the Manticore's lair is. Yeah. It's in this sort of like northwest corner of this particular hex. In terms of like things that I always put in or sort of always present, I try to consider the environment that that's around. Who's there? What purpose does it have? Is this like cultivated farmland in the heart of a kingdom or other sort of nation that is relatively safe? Is this borderlands region where sometimes it's lawless and dangerous, but there's also the forces of civilization and authority and the like that are occasionally around? That's going to alter some of what I put in. Or is this like a pure wilderness? There's no one out here but us and the monsters. Yeah. That's going to alter what I put in. It's going to alter who or what is on the encounter table. It's going to alter the sort of structures that you might find in the hex, or who's going to be in them. A Borderlands hex might have a fort or some other kind of fortification, but it might not be the original inhabitants. It might be that fort is in the process of being fought over by several different groups, and the equilibrium that they have for themselves is disrupted once the players start intervening and investigating. Those are some of my considerations for it. And just thinking for a minute about a 6-mile hex, that is to say, from one side to the other is 6 miles. From vertex to vertex, it's 7, and then the sides themselves are then 3.5 miles. And we're now dealing with distances that are easier to conceive of for us. 3.5 miles is maybe like a walk or a jog for somebody. You deal with distances like that every day, and so you have a better frame of reference for how far it is. And once you kind of start thinking about it, like a 6-mile hex, that's subdividing the whole thing. I think it's like 12 half-mile hexes, and there's a lot that can go on in here. Right, and there are some blogs out there where they take like Google Earth or something like that, a satellite image, and then draw hexes on it to sort of see, like, all right, how much can fit in a 6-mile hex? And what you find out is that a tremendous amount will fit in there. There might be multiple villages from, and a lot, particularly if you're talking about, like, say, the medieval demographics of something like 14th century France before the Black Death.
All the villages crowded around the keep, the local keep.
And so, like, there is in A Distant Mirror, Barbara Tuchman's book about the 14th century, one of the things that struck me was there's an account of someone from, I believe it's the early years of the 100 Years' War. They're looking out across the French countryside, and everywhere there is smoke represents a village that's been burned by the English or something. And it's like dozens of them as this person looks out from a church steeple and sees along the horizon, well, there's that village and that village and that village and that village. And I think the tendency when we're making fantasy settings is to think in terms of like it being really sparse and small, and you don't think like, you know, that there's dozens of villages within this one locality that are all fairly close to each other. You know, it might take a while to walk between them or travel between them, but they exist as part of a loose knit sort of you know, community network. And we might think more of like, well, there's just the one village on the way to the place. Consider a map like, you know, from the Sword Coast or any really sort of, you know, just generic fantasy map. A lot of times the smaller places, the tiny little villages, the way stops, the hamlets, the thorps, whatever, they're not on there. And so it gives the sense of just, well, this is it. It's Daggerford, and that's the only other place we're going to pass until we get to Waterdeep. And you know, when in reality, you're probably passing several little small communities along the way, and anywhere there's like a fort or something, maybe there's a mill. There's really a lot packed in there, and that's just talking about like human settlement in our own world. If you translate that population density and what all could be in that location to a fantasy world, and you add in monster lairs and fantastical settlements and sites of power and ruins and dungeons, and you know, the fortifications of whatever military sort of protects this area, and all of these things, then there's a lot of adventure in one hex.
In one hex, yeah.
Right. and there is a style of hex crawl that's more like travelogue or the like, where you know, as you wander through, and every few hexes you have a random encounter, and maybe you stop for a while to check out one of the contents or the site of a hex or something. But the goal there is movement to a destination that's outside of the hex system. You know, you're trying to get to a city or a dungeon or something like that. Whereas in this case, this is more suitable for the type of campaign that says, you know, you have a stretch of unknown real estate that you need to explore. Maybe you've been gifted a fiefdom or something by a local authority, and it's like, yeah, you can live here, this is your castle, this is your home base. We're gonna have to make this place safe for everyone. And so in that sense, it might be a matter of like clearing out a wilderness hex by hex, which is something that some of the older, you know, an activity that the older versions of D&D engaged in more. Although I think there's some debate over how much, you know, how much like the culture of play at the time really embraced this style of game.
Yeah. This
kind of free form, you know, do what you want sort of style. I like it. I'm skeptical of how widespread it was as well.
Yeah. Might have some very few very vocal proponents.
I think probably that's the case. I mean, there's a reason why the style of play must have shifted from that towards more like focused quest style adventures and things like that. I'm not as up to it as I'd like to be, but that's my instincts. So
everybody wasn't running West March's hex crawls.
I mean, I'm sure some people were, and it's definitely in the game. It's definitely assumed in the early version of the game, sort of the assumed mode of play. So back to how many features per hex. I guess the long-winded way to answer that is as many as you are inspired to put. At least 2 to 3. I would say that's the minimum, as that gives you know, different things that they can do if they travel back through there. But if you've got a hex that you're like, my players are going to stay here for a long time, then you can really flesh things out. And you can really dig deep into the fact that you can pack a lot of things in a single hex, let alone the ones surrounding it. Now it becomes more about navigating within that hex and sort of like coming up with a coherent encounter tables and terrain features, and making it a place that you know well enough that you can run it if you need to, and that there's enough there that the players can discover things and make connections and sort of move between those locations.
So they can find these locations and move between them. What's the best way for a DM to describe these places, terrains, like when you're in the hex and you're just trying to get across everything that could possibly in here?
I would say you need to give the players a good overview of what the terrain is like inside the hex. So if we're walking through a desert or something, then it's like, all right, what's the ground like? Is it sandy, shifting soil that's constantly moving and gets in your boots and in your hair and all that? Is it rocky, sort of Badlands style location that visibility is just limited in distance, and there's a lot of up and down travel and sort of movement along dry gullies and occasionally like looking out over the ridge? I might ask the players, like, if I'm not otherwise using a system of like, okay, here's the hunter, the scout, the quartermaster, then I might say something like, okay, which one of you is on the lookout today? Is any one of you scouting ahead for danger or something like that? And depending on what the party says, I'll alter my descriptions of that or use their answer to kind of inform the information that I will give them. If they're in these Badlands and they never pop up out of the dry gullies, then I'm not going to describe much. It's just going to be, you can't see above the hilltop.
The gully turns to the right and it's more gully.
It's just more gully. Now the advantage of that is you're not walking around
for everyone else in the hex to see.
Yeah, you're keeping a low profile. So I would do that. I give them an idea of what the predominant terrain is like in the hex and the predominant vegetation, if any. And then from there you can refine it, because a lot of times a hex map, it's just one icon or one color or something, and it's like, this is the green hex. Yeah. And it's forest, but forests have clearings, there's brooks and creeks, and there's fields and meadows, all kinds of things that break up the terrain. And I personally, to me, whatever environment I'm going to be playing in for a long time, I just do a deep dive on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
I just go to looking up the geology of it, the biodiversity, what's the ecosystem like. I'll look up geological features, what sort of vegetation is, and I'm not necessarily looking to teach an earth sciences class about it, but you want to know enough about, say, the natural environment of a place to color your descriptions and bring them to life. You don't need to know how everything works inside and out, but you do need to have a good understanding and a grasp of what's going on. Otherwise, your descriptions will start to become monotonous and very samey and lack that evocative language that makes exploration play so fun.
So we have all your terrain and everything like that, and we've talked about what kinds of what things you can put in there. Like, what tools do you use to fill that?
I do like a lot of random generators, and if I am zooming in enough on a hex map that I need to start subdividing it, if I'm that zoomed in, then probably what I will do is create a simple 2d6 table for that hex. Now, if I'm looking at like a large region of wilderness or something, then I might use something more than a 2d6 table, just so that I have a large range of options, maybe a d20 or even a d100 if I'm feeling ambitious. But a single hex, 2d6 is fine. That gives you 2 through 12 and gives you a nice bell curve, right? We talked about this in both the Random Encounters episode and in other places. That nice bell curve means that you can put really rare encounters at the 2 and 12, and then the more common ones are going to be 6, 7, and 8. And then in the middles there, 3, 4, and 5, maybe those are all like non-combat, just sort of local inhabitants type counters. And then maybe 8, 9, 10, or 9, 10, 11, those are more special monsters, unique to the region. Number one, you now know what's in the hex. So you now know what you need to include in the hex. If you've got a tribe of, if you've got goblins on your encounter table, then where do they live? Nearby, or are they in another hex and they just sort of have a local camp? That's something I want to.
Yeah, they're patrolling, so maybe like they are included in multiple hexes?
Yes, I will do that as well. Yeah, particularly clusters of hexes might share the same encounter table, or at least features of the same encounter table. I might switch out a couple of things on it. Usually like the 2s and 12s, those uniques. And sometimes it's like, there are times where it's like the 2 is always a wizard and the 12 is always a dragon or something like that. And using those kinds of rubrics will help you sort of figure it out. So it's like 2 is your wizard, and then it's locals, and then it's like the most common foes you might face, and then it's more unique foes, and then it's like the big one. And maybe, you know, the dragon is just spotted from a distance, or
circling the red dragon, circling its volcano.
Right. And even here, you can break that down as well. You can have a separate table for what they're doing. And this is why I lean on older procedures and mechanics from earlier editions of D&D, because I do think that those game designers understood why variety in encounters were so important, and they got that variety by random distance that you detect each other. There's the mutual surprise roll that you would roll. Both can be surprised, one or the other, or neither. And then a random distance, how far away you start. You might start a mile or more away, or it might be like they're right on top of you. And then there's an initial disposition. Are they spoiling for a fight? Are they coming back from a fight? Maybe they're from a hunting trip. Maybe they're deserters and just don't want to be left alone. And so having things like that, so that instead of just on your notes it says like 2d6 orcs, and now you're left to wing it. You just got 2d6 orcs, what do they do? You'll eventually start to fall into patterns and ruts and do the same thing over and over again. And having tables that tell you, okay, I don't need to have that cognitive burden of figuring out every time I roll a random encounter what's going on. I have secondary tables that take just a second to roll on, maybe put them on the inside or DM screen or have them in your notes, and you just roll those dice, and within a minute or two you know, okay, I've got 7 orcs, they are coming back from a hunt, which means they've got, you know, carcass or trophies or whatever. Their initial disposition is suspicious. They will try to keep their distance from the party, try to hide, etc. And then we're going to figure out, okay, how close are they? So 20 feet? Something must have happened. Now I have a better idea of what that encounter is going to look like, and I can start feeding clues to the players. Make a perception check. Okay, you think you hear voices on the wind, difficult to tell where they're coming from, but they're distinctly orcish. All right, okay, now we've got a survival roll for tracks. Yeah, you find a boot print in a riverbank. Looks like they're headed east, or it was an hour ago.
Right.
And you start to seed things like that in there. The first time you roll an encounter table, it doesn't need to be when they show up. It could be tracks, it could be signs, it could be, you know, maybe there was someone wounded that they left behind in a shallow grave or something. Those are ways that you can have encounters with the inhabitants of the Hex and vary it up. And so that it's not just yet another group of these orcs jump out of nowhere and start attacking you. There's a bit of variety there. And you can do the same with any of the other inhabitants in a Hex. If they're non-combatant, if they're supposedly friendly or allies or something like that. You can do that the same way. And really you can extend that to a lot of different encounters, whether you're featuring different kinds of terrain in the encounter. Just having tables there that let you vary things up are going to help you as the players explore that location. Because once you've like zoomed in on the Hex, you really owe it to the players to like really bring this place to life. And if they're going to pass like 5 hexes in a day, you just need to say like, oh, the countryside passes you by, rolling hills, nice little pastoral villages and trees and things like that. And then once they get to their destination, that's when you really like zoom in on it.
Yeah, and that's when you let them have it.
Right.
or not. I mean, it could just be like dinner. You
Yes.
just roll up dinner by the village. Oh, you are here.
Yeah.
Just in time for dinner.
Just in time.
What's on the menu? You are.
You
And
are.
then they're vampires. Anyway.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Your encounters need to have layers to them. So
Layers to them.
that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
variety is good. So, yeah.
What would you say is just a good bit of advice for DMs out there who might be having trouble? You've described all these things, but sometimes people can just get in a rut, creatively speaking.
Yeah.
So what's a good bit of advice for DMs out there?
For those who are doing wilderness-style adventures and they want to really feature the wilderness as an environment for play, they don't want to just rush past it. They don't want to skip to the dungeon. And sort of as an aside, I know that a lot of times that they sometimes call it hard framing or setting a scene where you're like, okay, we're going to skip past all the boring bits and get right to the action. I really am of the opinion that in a in a kind of traditional style game where you're playing for a few hours around a table or a couch or something like that, those aren't boring bits. Those are opportunities. Number one, they're opportunities you're taking away from your players to interact with the environment and discover something about your setting and the like. The second part of that is that just like getting to the place you need to go is not always the best way to play. And sometimes playing out the journey and really playing it out and really letting the players sort of explore the locations that they're in as they go through. I mean, number one, it gives you an opportunity to discover something new and have that be the new thing. And the players go, yeah, well, we were headed to the dungeon, the caves of whatever, because it was the only thing available. But now we run across these cheese thieves, and it's on. You know, you'd never know what sort of random thing is going to pop out of play that's going to drive your characters or to drive your players to go that direction as opposed to their original one. And knowing the environment they're in will really help you if they decide to go left and you thought they were going to go right. In terms of inspiration, I would just look up online, just whatever resources you can find for random tables, both for terrain and inhabitants of the hex. And not just ones that are tables that's just sort of like, you know, here's some orcs, here's some griffins, you know, here's some whatever. If you're talking D&D, that's things like, you know, there are those tables in Xanathars or DMG. I'm talking more random tables that give you interesting encounters, interesting people to meet, interesting inhabitants, interesting monsters. And if you don't necessarily want to go online and do a bunch of research for it, or you're just sort of wanting to come up with your own, I would just think, like, what are the kind of creatures that live here? What are the inhabitants that live here? And then do the kind of 3 passes rule where you sort of like, okay, I've got a manticore. All right, how can I make it more fantastical? How can I jazz it up? How can I make it more memorable? All right, maybe this manticore is eloquent and obsessed with decorum. They're going to eat you, but they do not want you to think they're going to be rude or a bore about it.
Well, no, they're going to share bread and water with you first.
Sure, yeah.
Because it's A, it's proper, and B, it fattens up the kill.
Right, yeah, it'll make you sluggish for when you have to fight back.
Yeah.
And so then you do another pass through it. Okay, that's kind of the personality, eloquent and obsessed with decorum and like deference. All right, so that's personality. What about goals? What does the manticore want? Maybe the manticore wants, you know, a fine dining companion who will offer, you know, good conversation and stimulating, you know, mental engagement.
Yeah.
They're not gonna like harm your wizard, but that wizard is not going to leave anymore because they are companion of the manticore.
They have so many more dinners to have.
Right, and then what's the third pass on it? Well, maybe the third pass is like an outside factor. You know, someone else that it's the previous dining companion of the manticore who is jealous of the party's newfound honor position.
And now you got a love triangle.
And now you got a love triangle with, you know, whoever that particular creature might be. And so that's an example of what you might do. And that all starts from you rolling up Manticore on an encounter table and then just giving it a few passes. Time is a lot of times what you just need. You don't necessarily always need to do it at once, but that's kind of an example of that. I would say because a hex can be the location for so many different adventures, you want to provide those distinctions. If they're just passing through, if they don't intend to stay and stick around, or you know their destination is still many hexes away, maybe you don't need to work out a ton of what what's in there. But if this is where they're going to stay for a while, work it out. Maybe really map out that interior of the hex. And like I say, if we're doing a 6-mile hex, then from side to side, it's 12 half-mile hexes, and then those half-mile hexes can be further broken down into, what was it, 1/24th?
Yeah, 1/24.
Mile, which is roughly 200 feet. And now we're talking, you can map that out.
It's a battle map.
Yeah, you can map that out on your table. If you're really going to stay there in that location for a while, then you might do that. You might go down 2 levels and just see, like, wow, there's a lot here. You got monster lairs, you've got places where people live, you've got all these things. How do they find their way around all of that? You're going to have to make survival rolls. or something like that, right?
Do they have a map?
Do they have a map? Do they have a local guide, right? Like that's Tomb of Annihilation. Tomb
Or
of
a
Annihilation
ranger.
does it, or a ranger, a scout or ranger or something. But Tomb of Annihilation does that by having those guides that they pick up in
Yeah.
Port Nyanzaru, and you can have it be that like the guide is there less to guide them from hex to hex, and is there like, okay, once you're in this hex, I can tell you how to find this thing,
The legend has it that there's a whatever up on that mountain.
Yeah. So we got to find the mountain, go to this place, and sort of find it. The guide will guide you there.
Yep.
But maybe you've got a player who's a local, or a character who's a local that can serve the same function, or they hire someone from a village, or they use magic, or they just are very adept at scouting around. Now, for me, I like to use two things for navigating the inside of a hex. One of them is the point crawl model. And point crawl is like a hex crawl, but with all of the middle. It's only destinations that get connected, and it's even more abstract, say, between destination A and destination B than, say, a hex crawl is. But once you're in a hex and you, say, have 6 or 8 locations there, a couple of villages, a couple of whatevers, monster lair, adventure locations, etc., you might start connecting them and figure out, okay, this one's, all right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hexes away, that's 2.5 miles. And you start connecting them that way, you can get a sense for like, all right, where are they all in relation to each other? How long does it take to get to them? And then once you've made those connections, maybe you say, okay, this is a DC 20 travel, to get from point A to point B here, DC 20, because you got to go through a lot of broken terrain and ground and stuff like that. But getting between locations Z and X, that's just 2 villages connected by a road. No roll necessary.
Right.
And having that laid out, since we're sort of talking about D&D and using that as a touchstone for other systems, there was an Unearthed Arcana a few months back about from Mike Merle's about exploring the wilderness, and I think they used a 4th edition setting as an example of that, the Moon Hills maybe, or a caravan way stop. And there's just rumors that they'll pick up. That's a good way for them to figure out what's what's nearby, what's the terrain like, who are the inhabitants. Start coming up with skill challenges that are based off of those, based off of the skill checks to get from point A to point B. Maybe there's a flooded creek or something like that, and if
Or
you
a
lose
mountain
your,
range.
or a
and you
mountain
have to go
range.
over it.
Yeah, you have to go over that, and it's springtime, the road's washed out because of the snows and everything, or you've got to pass through a bog that has kind of an elevated road that helps you get through it, but that's been partially in disrepair and is not particularly stable anymore. A mechanic that's similar to skill challenges. Skill challenges were introduced in 4th edition D&D, and basically in a nutshell, sort of like get X successes before Y failures. Kind of like a death save, right? Like get 3 of these, succeed on 3 of these before you fail on 3 of these. That's kind of in a nutshell. Skill challenges were a lot more complicated than that in play, but that's sort of the base of it. Adventures in Middle-earth uses this, where you roll up a number of random events based on both the difficulty of the journey, how well your party prepared as they were setting out, and then the inherent skill of your guide who's navigating the wilderness. And you might get encounters that are like, all right, the scout has to roll stealth or perception, their choice, to get past this thing. If they fail, then this. If they pass, then this will happen. And then there's like, if they fail by 5 or more, this will happen. And so in Adventures in Middle-earth, as you're moving through, and presumably it's also the way it works in the One Ring as well, you start losing hit dice, gaining exhaustion levels, maybe you have a proper fight, and there's not going to be a long rest for a while to recover from it. So it's possible to like arrive at your destination just haggard and absolutely run ragged because of the way that their events work down. It's not just combat, it's dealing with depressing weather and phenomenon or strange omens and signs that you see. And we're just talking about mundane locations. Gosh, you start adding in magic and fantastical things, and there's all sort of weird stuff that you can, maybe you've got a place of power that exerts a certain influence over the land, and that colors things. Or there's a monster with a very powerful lair that has regional effects. Again, speaking in 5th edition terms, but all of those things are things, and many more, are things to consider when making one hex. And if you're committed to a kind of wilderness exploration play, and you want the players to have to kind of search around and ask around and really get involved with the setting and interact with it, then this is one way to sort of do that, because you've really fleshed everything out and presented a location for play that's not like all about the backstory and the history and all that other stuff. It's about playing in this location, getting players from point A to B, having them meet interesting inhabitants and having dynamic encounters, and after they've spent a few sessions in that location and gotten to know it, then you'll find that they start to develop a kind of attachment to these locations that they spend a lot of time in. And yeah, that's a very satisfying way to run a game.
Exactly. Hexactly?
Hexactly.
There you are. Head on over to Patreon for our weekly podcast and so much more. WebDM is also on Twitch with 3 weekly games: Starward Bound, Unearthly Twilights, and Land Between Two Rivers, which we upload to WebDM Plays, our second YouTube channel. It's not even noon.
Yep.
Yeah. Dude, I went to bed at 8:45 last night.
Yeah.
Like, I made myself sleep in, and sleeping in was 5:45.
Yep. Yeah, I was up around 6ish.
No. I want to go down a rail.
Oh. I'm so glad I got that out. The answer is no. No. He does not want to go down the stairs. Nah. He wants to slide down the rail. I think you should let him slide down the rail.
What?
Even though WebDM is not insured.
Even though you can freaking get right here and get an amazing angle of my either triumph or ultimate downfall.
All right. Wait, there is pattern in fight.
Well, see, now so much has been built up.
Yeah, but you did this.
Yeah, no. You did this.
You built it up.
You did this.
I want to go down the stairs.
Well, I mean, I'm going to go down the stairs one way or another.
Have an awesome shot. All right. He's going to.
It's just maybe
What could go wrong?
I fall,
He's going to crack his head open on that.
break my
concrete.
leg. Oh, pardon me. Sorry.
Probably not. He's pretty agile. He's more agile. The more he is.
See?
See?
It's fine. It's fine.
You just slide down.
We don't have insurance. You can't do
You
that.
just slide down. You just put your butt on.
Nothing. I didn't slide down the rail.
When your combat feels like it's taking forever, it's probably because somewhere along the way it turned into a slog. So after killing the scariest monster on the map, the players all just stand around hitting the bad guys until it's all over, and that part drags on forever. It's because your fights all have the same objective. And when that happens, you're destined to end up running slogfests. But if you shuffle in fights with different objectives, then you've introduced a second level of tension. Beneath the surface level appeal of hit points versus hit points, there's the tension of, yes, but will we actually succeed in our mission? So let me run you through our list of combat objectives, and you'll be able to chuck them on top of your next D&D encounter to guarantee it's a good time for everyone. And together, we will end the slog. Welcome to Mystic Arts, where I reinvent page 81 of the 2014 DMG and pretend like it's a brand new idea. My name is Davi, I'm a professional writer and director, and I've been DMing for 10 years. The party's forward progress through the story or the dungeon is halted by a random encounter. We roll initiative. If the random encounter is a small team of goblins, it's a skirmish. If it's a huge swarm of monsters, it's a horde of bad guys, and if the party was unaware, it's an ambush. Those combat types can all exist in that random encounter. Maybe the boss showed up in the middle of the dungeon, and now we're fighting a boss fight as a random encounter. That can happen, but all of those scenarios have the same objective. It's a death match. The fight is over only once one side is dead. I love death matches, and I think you can run entire campaigns with nothing but death matches, especially if you mix up your combat types. They're never inappropriate, they're reliable, and they're good fun. And for those same reasons, they're very popular, and they're probably overused. I think I'd be a better DM if I ran more mixed objectives, because they lend themselves to the situation where the players go, oh, great. We've killed the enemy tank, now we just have to sit here for the next 30 minutes, slowly reducing the hit points of all the creatures on the field, so we can finally stop playing this endless combat encounter. Think about it like this. Whenever I'm watching a film, and the fight scene starts and I find my eyes glazing over, it's usually because the combat, the fight scene, isn't about anything. The good guys will continue to punch the bad guys' lights out, and the bad guys will continue to stand up moments later and charge back at the heroes, and on it goes for as long as the movie thinks it can get away with it, and then at the end, the bad guy doesn't stand up. And we know that the fight can finally be over. So here's my question. How do you know the fight is over? You introduce new objectives. In video games, if you play loads of team shooters or hero shooters, there is almost always an objective. Killing bad guys helps with the objective, but doing the objective helps win the fight. Are you with me? The fight is over once you've won the fight. So you need to communicate what the objective is, and when it's achieved, the fight is won, and you can stop with endlessly whittling down hit points. No need to slog. The fight is over before all the bad guys are dead. Okay, you open the big double door at the end of the dungeon. Now you're in the final room. And the bad guys are in the process of ritually sacrificing the merchant's son to the screaming mass, or completing the ritual that will sink the eastern seaboard and raise property prices east of the San Andreas fault line.
Yes, Superman, double jeopardy.
Where is it? Anyway, you've got to stop the ritual. Really, this is the first kind of objective one thinks about. It's so simple, too. In 3 to 5 turns, the ritual completes and the worst case scenario happens. So it's a race against the clock. Only there's a few problems, aren't there? For one, you can't actually summon the Screaming Mass on your 3rd level PCs. The Screaming Mass is like a CR25 bad guy. I mean, you can do that and kill them all, but don't? So the consequences for failure can't be the BBEG shows up, but maybe the BBEG's best lieutenant can show up. It's still enough for the PCs to probably lose the fight, but not so bad that they can't at least try, or run away, or try to run away. Problem number 2 is that the players have to have a way to stop the ritual. If it automatically completes in 3 turns unless everyone is dead, your encounter is still a deathmatch, it's just wearing a silly mustache. The objective has to matter. Maybe discerning how the ritual works requires someone taking the study action and succeeding a religion or arcana check. That's up to you. Maybe the boss monster, the main cultist, is concentrating on a spell, and disrupting the concentration would end the ritual, or delay it by a few rounds. Maybe there's runes, vases, crystals, or other ritual materials scattered around the ritual chamber. Each piece has AC 10 and 10 hit points. Once all are destroyed, the ritual is halted. I've run a dozen variations of this kind of encounter, but the most recent one was against a necromancer summoning a bone claw. The ritual couldn't be stopped, but destroying the runes nerfed the hell out of the bone claw. As the DM, you can decide the consequences of failure and the prize of victory. Just be sure to communicate that to the PCs so they can make informed decisions. Remember that without informed choice, there's no gameplay. You don't need to make this overly difficult to solve either. The challenge comes from the fact that you're being attacked by the monsters while this is happening. You're an initiative too, so spending your action on halting the ritual feels right when it's all happening in 6 seconds. And you might think it'll feel bad to spend a whole action on stopping the ritual, but I find that a lot of the time, players who are anxious about not being particularly useful during their next turn are relieved to focus on a concrete and achievable objective instead. So, what if the BBG's lieutenant was summoned, and the ritual completes, and the screaming white draws his blade of starlight, and your players are desperate to get the hell out of there? Well, you need to make a daring escape. In order to create a daring escape, you must first designate a point where the players know they'll be safe. That way, the goal, the informed goal, becomes go there. You say you can see the way you came from is blocked by cultists charging into the ritual chamber. And you see the screaming white is summoning his legion of madness. And then you turn to the player with the highest passive perception and say, you can see there's a small crack in the wall. Just behind the white, it's a secret door. And through it, sunlight. When they open the secret door, the white and his legion flinch at the sunlight, but brave it to charge after you while they're not in direct sunlight. You make it obvious that the agents of the Screaming Mass won't follow you into the sun. So you keep everyone in initiative, and now they must charge through the Legion into the secret tunnel that leads to the sunlight. And you make sure the message is clear. If you get to a sunlit place, you're safe, and we're out of initiative. Now the question is, how do they get there? Do they use their actions to dash, disengage, attack to cover their flank? It becomes a game of how best to escape. And it doesn't require a skill challenge or a chase sequence. You can just use the combat rules to run this whole thing. Really, when you make the objective obvious, you make everything clear and easy. I find that a lot of creatives are afraid of being obvious or melodramatic. For them, everything is about subtext. And listen, you're allowed to just state the obvious. Let's say the players are in a pickle and they can't escape. You can just say, you see the reinforcements are coming, they'll be here in 5 turns. And now the PCs know they just have to hold the fort until then. Literally stay in this one place until the reinforcements arrive. Maybe they see the reinforcements coming, maybe they know they're coming, maybe a member of the reinforcements has sending and lets the heroes know beforehand, telepathically. And now the players have a simple goal. Just hold the fort. Be the king of the hill. They'll spend their turns healing each other, taking dodge action, tanking hits from the enemy's suppressive fire or artillery, occasionally slinging out attacks. This can be full of surprises too, as the enemy teams bust out all kinds of tricks to try and get the players off the point. Explosives, maybe? Really, Hold the Fort is all about hit points, the most important resource. But it can take on another flavor. What if you have to survive the waves of bad guys for as long as possible? Each turn, or every couple of turns, you add a new wave of enemies onto the field. Ideally, you make sure each wave sort of fits into one of the combat types, but at a few challenge ratings lower than normal, because eventually they're fighting the remnants of one wave, and in the middle of another wave, and at the end of a third wave. And then you've got a very different sort of fight on your hands. In video games, this game mode usually ends with everyone dying. And maybe that's the kind of game mode you're running, explicitly a last stand. If everyone's on board with that idea, it might be a lot of fun. But otherwise, you're going to want to provide some sort of release lever. Either an extraction, an escape opportunity, or reinforcements. Which one you go for is up to you. This one can be especially fun for players if the waves consists of baddies that aren't tough on their own. So the players get to mow down minions and mooks. And you get to have the fun of outnumbering the players. Let's say it was an extraction then. It might work well with another combat objective. Save the NPC. You find some excuse to put an NPC at risk, and then the encounter doesn't even need to challenge the players. It just needs to threaten the life of an NPC. Or hell, it could just threaten the life of a specific player, like the elaborate scheme from our video on ambushes. The baddies are just after a specific target, so they steal them at camp in the night, or attack them in the streets, and the PCs leap to the rescue. During the entire fight, the party's main concern is, what if the bad guy doesn't attack me, and attacks the NPC instead? Maybe the players hear about the NPC in danger, and they make a special mission just to get there and save the character, or if the NPC is a tough customer, someone otherwise high level, they could make an encounter be so incredibly tough that the best course of action is to steal the NPC and then get the hell out of there. That can be a lot of fun, especially since that way you can introduce the main bad guy early enough that the players can't reasonably fight them, but they're still in the initiative together, because the really tough main bad guy has the NPC hostage. This creates asymmetry and draws your players in by introducing the scary bad guy earlier, and makes them an active participant in the campaign. The objective works best when you really are okay with the NPC dying. If you make the game about whether or not someone lives, you have to be okay with the outcomes. This way, you put the NPC's life into the player's hands, and then you get the joy of not knowing what happens next, and you and your players get to find out together at the table. Another way you can introduce the monster early is by a player-driven mission. Maybe they learn about a way to infiltrate the enemy base and sabotage them somehow. Let's imagine the BBEG, the recently summoned Screaming White, has a fortress in the wilderness. The players know they'll have to go there one day, and they'd rather not have to deal with the entire fortress in one combat encounter, so they want to take out the watchtower. You can then run an encounter where if they fail, they might have to contend with the entire fortress. But if they succeed, the enemy loses their watchtower, and the next encounter becomes much easier. These are best when the players create their own creative solutions, and all you have to do is be ready to package their insane ideas as combat encounters. Really, that's a lot of the DM's job. Players come up with something, you figure out how to make it a game. The combat system is a resolution mechanic, so if you're unsure of the outcome, have a big combat to see if they get away with it or not. What if, instead of sneaking in, they wanted to go through the front door with a bomb? Or maybe they had a huge battering ram they chanted to? The bad guys wouldn't like that very much, so they might try to stop the heroes while they escort the thing to where it needs to go. In video games, this is called the payload. The idea being that you have something precious, but big and obvious, and you need to escort it to a place guarded by the bad guys. In RPGs, it could be an NPC too. Maybe the players befriended a powerful giant or a sexy gold dragon, and you don't want that to mean the NPC does all the work and nothing interesting happens, so you try and package it into an encounter. So you decide to have the dragon say that he can take care of this problem if they can provide him with a cover on the way in. Concerned about an approach to the fortress from the air, the gold dragon suggests that he adopts his sexy human form and they march at the gates. Once inside, he'll sexily transform and breathe sexy fire on the exposed artillery. AB, what did I tell you about editing the scripts? You're supposed to let me know. Anyways, now you've got an encounter. The enemy targets the payload, the dragon, while the players protect it. Taking out the sentries, the watchtowers, or whatever else, until they're in position to deploy the payload. There's a clear end to the encounter. The payload is where it needs to be in order to be maximally effective, which I suppose implies there's a half success too. The payload is almost at the optimal spot, but not quite, so it could be partially effective. What if instead of attacking the enemy's base, the player's own base was attacked, and now they're playing base defense? You create a tangible threat and strike at the root of their operation. A threat might not be enough to kill the players, but it's enough to destroy their bastion, set fire to their favorite tavern, or destroy their defensive artillery, or steal their magic items. Losing would be a huge blow, but only to the player's defenses. The enemy has no intention of fighting to the death. They're here to pillage and leave, and if the players don't stop them from leaving, they will strike again. This can be great fun. I most recently did this by setting a tavern of innocent people on fire, and the players rushed to put out the flames, forming lines with buckets to pour on the spreading fire. I've also had enemy soldiers sneak explosives onto the player's main ship to destroy all their artillery pieces. If the enemy has good intel, they might be able to do all kinds of targeted damage with their own targeted strike. And our 10th one, what if the players had good intel and they wanted to steal something from someone way more powerful than them? The old yoink and skedaddle.
Yeah, you're skedaddle.
Break in, take the goods, and be out of there before anyone notices. Well, remember what we said about combat being an excellent resolution mechanic? You could decide that a small group of guards spot them. No super challenging stat blocks, because the encounter is actually about whether or not the players can kill the guards before they raise the alarm. Or as a middle stage, maybe the guards raise the alarm a little, and a few more guards show up. This way, it's down to the combat whether or not this objective succeeds, or if the players have to transition into a daring escape. Right, since we're going, let's add a couple more. What if there's two sides in the fight already at each other's throats, and if they kill one another, there will be a huge war. Hundreds or even thousands dead. This one we'll call the Peacemakers. Your players will be incentivized to subdue, restrict, grapple, disarm, use influence actions, and overall try to de-escalate the situation while everyone else is going at each other's throats. If they fight, it's war. So can the players get everyone to just chill?
Daddy, chill.
Or as a variant on this encounter, could you decide that one of the sides is far stronger than the other, but the weaker side is backed by a more powerful faction somewhere out in the world? So the players must avoid the massacre because it's obvious who would win the fight, and maybe even more obvious who would win the ensuing war. Let's do one more variant on this. The arrest. When the players want to talk to someone who's been openly hostile, can they get them without killing them? This one's a little tricky if you're playing 5e, because they have a way of handling non-lethal damage that makes it so that you can just decide that your natural 20 that did 50 damage was actually an attack to subdue. I've got a little homebrew rule on that. Attacks that would have massive damage killed the creature cannot be non-lethal. That's often enough to introduce a little wrinkle. On top of that, you could build in a ticking clock that'll make the player want to avoid having to use healing to bring those creatures back up to 1 hit point. So they're trying to grapple instead of knock out. Another way to spice things up is by promising a reward. A magic item is standard fare, but you might be tempted to have some sort of more nebulous or intangible reward, like a boon, charm. Maybe one-time use, maybe repeatable, I don't know, that's up to you. And if you're thinking it's a shame 5e doesn't have too many of those systems, then you're in good company, because Lone Colossus Games is launching a backer kit crowdfunding campaign to solve that exact problem. The Tome of Intangible Treasures 2 is the sponsor of today's video. It includes a ritual system to allow players to absorb the abilities of fallen enemies, 100 new monsters complete with stat blocks, art, lore, adventure hooks, and tactics, and there's 300 new boons and charms that can be enchanted using materials harvested from slain creatures. It's really cool, and the art and layout looks fantastic too, and they've got a spectacular track record. Their first 2 5e publications received a 4.9 and 5 stars on DriveThruRPG. If you back the campaign before April 4th, you get an exclusive D20 as the early bird reward. Click the link in the description to check them out. One thing that's great about objectives is the fact that we're introducing a whole second layer to the fight. It opens up design space. Winning both the objective and the fight will make your players feel incredibly proud of themselves. But there are other possibilities. You might win the fight, but lose the objective, or win the objective and lose the fight. This way, there is tension throughout the encounter. As the party handling dispatches the bad guys, you can raise tension on the objective, or if they're really handling the objective, you raise tensions on the fight. This way, you can design encounters that keep the players on their toes, always guessing and second-guessing their decisions. Do I kill this goblin, or focus on the objective? When that starts to happen, the slog is gone. I've made a video about what I call the 8 types of combat in D&D. You may want to watch that if you haven't already, because this is kind of a partner video to it. Loads of folks in the comment section of that video asked about how objectives factor into the many types of combat. They assumed it was the 8th type, the puzzle actually, but I don't think that's quite right. The puzzle actually is a type of combat where the fighting elements are literally impossible to solve unless you solve the puzzle. But an objective is different. Any combat type can have any combat objective. You just marry them. Let me explain. If you're struggling with your next session, here's what you can do. 2 tables, a D8 and a D12. Roll on table 1 for combat types. Oh, a 5, the elite team. We're fighting an elite team, but why? Roll a D12 for combat objective. A 10, the yoink and skedaddle. Well, we'll want to steal something from them. Then you ask yourself, what does the elite team have that we want to steal? It's up to you. Magic sword, a scroll of titan summoning, the crown of the true king of England. You have a quest giver NPC, tell your players about it, and then tell them that the elite team might be a lot more powerful than they are. They won't win a straight-on fight. Best to yoink and skedaddle. But let's be honest, a lot of the time your players will pick their own objectives and their own targets, and then you run the game accordingly. In those cases, though, I find it's good to have a structure like this one to remind myself about the purpose of each encounter, to understand what they're about, what the story is, to avoid the slog. Obviously, I'm not saying every fight needs to have complex objectives, or that you're not allowed to just run death matches. They can be a lot of fun. I love running death matches, and I do them all the time. In fact, I probably run more death matches than all the other kinds of objectives put together. But an occasional combat encounter with an objective can elevate the whole story and your play experience. It'll make combat as a pillar of the game more engaging across the board. I work in the video games industry where I routinely watch teams of people try to make sure combat doesn't become repetitive. And the answer is almost always more variety. Boss fight's a slog, reduce the hit points and add a second phase with more features. The default enemy type is boring, add a few more variants. A ranger variant, a caster variant, a shield variant. The game is button mashing all the time. Well, let's introduce more abilities and then make the encounters tough so that you'll use the fun abilities, because if you don't, you'll lose the fight. Now you have to stop button mashing and play around with variety. Experiencing new things feels exciting. So if you're watching this video and the combat objectives aren't appealing, or your game system comes with these kinds of objectives baked in, great. Your main takeaway from this video and other videos I've done about combat broadly should be more variety is more fun. Slog is a symptom of boredom. It's what we call that time where the players are unengaged, and now they've got the boring task of slowly killing the remaining bad guys without any tension, without any investment. So mix it up. Take the types of combat, mix them with the types of objectives, and then mix that with CR appropriate creatures, and then you've got an endless machine for spitting out fun fights. And then all you've got to do is come up with excuses for each fight to fit into your adventure. That way, you'll never be stuck on what happens next. Just run good old fun fights. That's what most of these rules are about anyway. And that's where we'll pick it up next time. Thanks so much for watching this video. This channel is run by me and my girlfriend, And if you want to support us directly, consider joining our Patreon, where this month, Adept tier members get the Warlord, experience being the ultimate full martial support character. He'll make your teammates better by making tactical decisions in the heat of battle with your orders and your maneuvers. And if you're feeling especially generous, you might like this video, comment, share, subscribe, and hit the bell to be notified when we release new videos. Until next time, keep studying the mystic arts. Are your D&D combats beginning to feel like a chore? Or are they maybe beginning to feel identical? Your issue might be variety. I find it helpful to consider D&D combat encounters as various categories, each with different functions and virtues. When a DM shuffles these categories in a sufficient manner, combat never gets repetitive. So, to help you out, let me break down what I consider to be D&D's 8 different types of combat encounters, what they're for, what they're about, and how you can deploy them in your own game. Welcome to Mystic Arts, where the odds of being ambushed by a microphone mimic is low, but never zero. My name is Dale, I'm a professional writer and director, and I've been DMing for 10 years. In this episode, we're delving into more advanced dungeon mastery to talk about combat. Since we're talking about the techniques I use to run my own D&D games, I should say that while some of my ideas might appeal to you, some won't. There are as many styles of play as there are people playing D&D, so you will have to judge what you want to try and what you don't want to try. Octavia the Paladin opens the door ahead of her, and inside she finds a bugbear and 3 goblins. It's a skirmish. I think of the skirmish as D&D's most common type of encounter. It's never inappropriate, it's reliable, and it's good fun. And for those same reasons, it's very popular and probably overused. In my opinion, what makes fights good is the stories they tell. Not just in D&D, but in any media. We tend to become interested in fight scenes in movies and television when we're invested. Usually, this investment is brought on by convincing us, the audience, that our heroes are in fatal danger. But that's not the only way. You can become invested in lots of ways. Even with a skirmish, despite the lower investment, the investment is almost never zero. You're playing D&D after all, and the game's main strength is the combat system. But skirmishes tend to have issues. They can drag on. There might be an overall lack of objectives, or there might be a lack of novelty. And while there's a dozen ways to fix all that, something I'll talk about in an upcoming video maybe, there is a simple solution. Change what type of combat you're running. If you change a few fundamental assumptions while keeping everything else the same, like the PCs, the stat block, those boring old goblins might suddenly seem fresher than before. Instead of opening a door and finding the goblins, what if the goblins find the players first? The ambush. An ambush immediately presents a story to the players. You're flat-footed, you don't know what's going on, and crucially, you're about to find out. A good ambush presents a narrative hook, a dramatic question. What happens next? First, an arrow comes out of the eastern tree line and hits Silas the Barbarian. That's fine, he's a big lad, he can take it. But then, another arrow hits Carlotta the Rogue. Now there's a panic. She doesn't have uncanny dodge yet, and if a goblin so much as sneezes on her, she's gonna drop. We roll initiative and prepare for an assault. Maeve the Ranger casts Fairy Fire into the tree line and hits 3 goblins. Thank the gods, it's just a skirmish. And we can see them all, and we have advantage. We can relax. But on the next turn, on initiative count 20, a warg-riding hobgoblin comes charging out of the western tree line on the other side of the battlefield. And on his command, another band of goblins attacks the party. Only now it's the party's rear, since they all turn to face the eastern tree line. Suddenly, Suvi the Druid is in melee. At this point, everything is upside down. Chaos ensues. And now the encounter has a story. Your players will spend the whole encounter wondering, is there another surprise coming? Was that the last of them? Will there be more? You know you've run a good ambush when the fight's over and your party is paranoid, wondering if they've seen the last of that fight, if there's more around the corner, if this was just the beginning of a lengthier invasion. You can run ambushes whenever. If the players get stuck on a puzzle, or if they're getting bored with exploration, throw monsters at them. If the players think they're safe, show them they're not. The party is standing in the throne room of a castle, newly returned from a bounty hunt. They've just been showered with praise and are approaching the Lord for their reward. As they reach over to shake the Lord's hand, he smiles and says, thank you for your service, before you watch his head crack open from the top of his skull to the bottom of his chin. Blood covers your face, and his body drops to the ground in front of you. A devil stands behind him, flicking blood off of a long, thin blade. Roll initiative. What just happened? What's going to happen next? Now the players are invested. But what happens when the players get the drop on the enemy? Well, you're thinking of the targeted strike, which is a lovely gift to give your players. Octavia the Paladin spots the enemy she's been tracking for a week. Argos the Stormwielder, a towering cyclops with a magic battle axe, and with him is his warband of elite ogres and goblin minions. Only Argos hasn't seen our heroes yet. Neither have the ogres or the goblins. They're just sitting around a campfire unaware of the heroes, plotting the destruction of a nearby town and drinking to the occasion. Tomorrow morning they destroy this town unless you can get the drop on them tonight. Octavia instructs the party to prepare. They cast preparation spells, drink potions they've been hoarding, coat their weapons with that wyvern poison they found in the dungeon a few miles back, and then they prepare a volley of ranged attacks. It's going to be fantastic. A targeted strike allows your players to feel in control. They might not feel all-powerful, since they never would have been able to take this encounter under normal circumstances, but by getting the drop on the bad guys, they've tipped the scales in their favor. Players will feel smart, in control, like they're punching above their weight. That's what this encounter is about. Plus you, as the DM, get to deploy an encounter that's well beyond the player's reach. Suddenly the impossible becomes possible. What's great about a targeted strike is they become an excellent tool to deploy as a part of a non-linear game. Like a reward.
It's like a reward.
Let's say you're 13th level then, and this army of goblin minions aren't much of a threat. Then you're dealing with a horde of bad guys. Not just a large skirmish or a fight with lots of bad guys, but a huge fight, with hordes of monsters flooding the battlefield. 60 goblins come along and you're fighting them all. Fights like this aren't about being in mortal danger, they're about resource management. Usually, the horde of bad guys works best when it's the prelude to another type of fight. So what happens to your resources in this fight matters in the next one. What exactly does resource management look like in a fight like this? Maybe the horde of bad guys fight could be won by breaking an elemental gem to summon a fire elemental, which might then set the monsters on fire and they burn to death. But maybe you want to keep the fire elemental for later. Keep hoarding your items for another month, you'll use them one day. You could have Suvi the Druid use all her high-level spell slots to cast Cone of Cold to make short work of the bad guys, but then she can't use her high-level slots in the next fight. Then again, if you don't spend any resources, the horde of bad guys is going to whittle down your hit points, and then you'll be low when the next fight around the corner picks you all off like sitting ducks. If A, then B. If B, then A. So the players have to mix and match, making moment-to-moment decisions based on chance. That's a game. Plus, it gives your players the feeling of being the Avengers, tearing through an army of faceless CGI bad guys. The opposite of a horde of bad guys, then, is the elite team. A handful of powerful, named villains with a large variety of abilities, obvious class roles, and legendary powers. That's an elite team. This encounter is built up over multiple sessions. These elite villains might have already shown up as boss fights in the past, or maybe terrifying NPCs that have threatening dialogue with the players. NPCs who praise the arch-villain of the campaign. What's great about an elite team is they provide a unique spin on the average combat experience. Some of the most out-of-the-ordinary combat you'll ever experience. And the joy for you, the DM, is to create them. You get to give these guys special abilities and characteristics, basically make a character, like a player character. You can finally pretend to play D&D. Because Lord knows you're not gonna. Still, you're probably better off using stat blocks. A character sheet is a lot for this. I never managed it. You could even make custom stat blocks. I love doing that. If you're familiar enough with the monster manual, and in a crunch, you could always mix something together. Here's a few combos to try. A chain devil might be joined by a necromancer, a bodak, and a white or two. Or, if your players have been really bad, you'll run a planetar, and his trusty steed, a unicorn, and their compatriots, the war priest and the gynosphinx. You know an elite team encounter is going well if it feels boss battle adjacent. The elite team offers a story of equally matched teams duking it out, like versus like. fighting fire with fire. Of course, what you thought might have been one combat type could turn out to be a completely different one. I once introduced 3 elite soldiers for my players to fight. I gave them names, titles, the works. I thought I'd made an elite team encounter. But then, 2 of the players found out where these guys were held up, and they initiated a targeted strike. What followed was a bloodbath. My elite team was annihilated by 2 PCs in a couple of rounds. Which brings me to the stomping ground. Sometimes, your players really want to be reminded of how much they kick ass. Give them that joy. Have your high-level party be threatened by some roadside bandits only to send them packing. Have a goblin boss threaten to tear the party limb from limb only to be subsequently crushed. What makes these encounters especially fun is how you roleplay the bad guys. I see a few approaches. You could have a resounding surrender. Bad guys throw their weapons to the ground and beg the players for mercy. You could depict complete denial. The bad guys never for a moment question their mortality, up until the moment they're crushed. You could even depict the monsters as being wicked until death, gnawing away at the PCs until they die horribly violent deaths. Your job here, just like in every fight by the way, but especially here, is to lose gracefully. You're the bad guys, and in stories bad guys lose. The heroes are swatting flies. You're the flies. Buzz buzz. I like making little barking death noises when these guys go down just to emphasize the player's might. The more spectacularly you lose, the better. You'll have opportunities to humble the PCs later. Speaking of which, let's talk about the boss battle. Am I the only one who plays Cleric Beast every time a boss battle starts? I just love the Pavlovian response my players have at this point. When talking about boss battles, I'm of course talking about adventure-ending fights, campaign enders, the climax of your epic saga. Most of the fights I mentioned before now I don't consider particularly deadly. Players probably shouldn't die to an ambush or a targeted strike, and certainly not to a stomping ground. But in a boss battle, lives are supposed to be on the line. That's why we're here. We're at the end of the adventure. Everything we've done so far was in service to getting us to this moment. It should be the most dramatic, the most deadly, the most insane thing you've done so far. I think it's okay for PCs to die in boss battles. I certainly have never minded being killed in a boss fight. And I think most players understand that when they face the final villain, death is on the line. When I ran my level 20 end boss for a 6-year campaign, my 7 PCs died 13 times. The players had some diamonds, some spells, deals with the Raven Queen, you know, level 20 stuff. Only one of the players died and didn't get better.
I'm getting better. No, you're not. You'll be stone dead in a moment.
That sucks, but it was the end of the adventure. Rest in peace, Lazarus. Bosses should have legendary actions, abilities that work without a saving throw, abilities that challenge the rules of the game, break convention, and yes, humble players. I really like giving my bosses a second phase, like in video games. Mythic Odysseys of Theros and Fizban's Treasury of Dragons both outline rules for mythic creatures. Basically work like this. When a mythic creature reaches 0 hit points, instead of dying, they go back to max hit points and get a couple of new and improved legendary actions. And the fight continues. Simple. Defeating a boss feels best when it's maximally difficult. That way, when the boss finally dies, it gives the player a feeling of catharsis, like they can lean back in their chair and relax. The stress that's built up over the course of an entire campaign can start to melt away. Didn't I say 8 fights? I think there's one type of fight we haven't talked about yet, and that's the puzzle actually. Some fights aren't really fights, they look like fights. We roll initiative, we take damage, cast spells, take turns, blah blah blah. There might be monsters in there, or there might be elements of danger that's solved by fighting, but this encounter is really more like a puzzle. Let's use an example from popular fiction. This might be something like being stuck in the trash compactor in Star Wars.
What an incredible smell you've discovered.
There's a monster in the water, and for the D&D example, that monster is trying to eat the players. But ultimately, both the players and the monsters will be crushed unless the trash compactor is halted. The story here is a dramatic question. Will the players spend their actions building a barricade to halt the compressor, or attack the monster that's trying to eat them? So the puzzle element might be environmental, but it could also be the villain itself. I recently played in a game where the monster could, as a reaction, grab our attack and redirect the damage back at us. So the encounter became a game of trying to attack the monster with bad attacks
and then laying into it after it had spent its reaction. Another encounter in the same game featured a titan-sized monster with 1,000 hit points and 1,000 arms, each of which could attack us. We had no chance of dealing that much damage, but the monster wasn't trying to kill us. It just wanted to steal the MacGuffin we needed before we could get it. So we couldn't kill it, we had to race it. I think puzzle fights are maybe the most advanced item on this list, even above the elite team. So maybe start small and experiment your way up to the 1,000 armed creature. That's all. 8 types. The skirmish, the ambush, the targeted strike, the horde of bad guys, the elite team, the stomping ground, the boss battle, and the puzzle actually. You're best served with some kind of mixture here. I'm sure as I talked through this list, you already had some stories in mind that lead from one type of combat to another. If you're looking for structure, I say start with the ambush, chase the monsters to their lair where the players can plan a targeted strike, then you build up to an elite team and a horde of bad guys and a boss down the line. Sprinkle in some skirmishes, puzzles, and stomping grounds to taste. Hell, you could prepare an 8-session adventure and at each session roll out one of these encounters. Wham, you're done. You've made a story. This video, talking about a definitive number, the 8 types of combat, it reminds me of books on stories and screenwriting. Ronald Tobias wrote about mastering the 20 plots, Christopher Booker about the 7 basic plots, George Pulte wrote about 36 types of scenarios. Of course, they all disagreed on the number. I'm sure you'll point out that 2 of my types of combat are actually just one type and slightly different, or that I'm completely missing another type of combat encounter, but this is about how I tend to think of combat encounters, the 8 types of encounters and how I use them in my games. And that's it. That's where we'll pick it up next time. Thanks so much for watching. If you found this video useful, let me know in the comments or by hitting the like button, and if you want to see more like this, try subscribing. Until next time, keep studying the mystic arts.
Do you ever say roll initiative and see your players reach for their phones like it's time for the boring part? Like combat is somehow an extended chore we have to do before we can get to the fun part of making stuff up. It doesn't have to be like that. I got a ton of tricks to speed up combat, and in this quick video, I will speed through all of them. Welcome to Mystic Arts, where I gotta go fast. My name is Todd, I'm a professional writer and director, and I've been DMing for 10 plus years. The best tip I can give you is to control the conversation. As the DM, once combat starts, you're on. You're performing. To quote a great actual play, you're the horizontal and the vertical. It's going to be your job to keep things moving. You've got to make sure that you've got the word, and when it's someone else's turn, you give them the word. But in any gap, you should be ready to step in and take it back. This is where we return to that old thing about D&D being a conversation. An easy trick to start doing this is by doing combat descriptions. Yeah, it's extra words, and you think extra words would slow you down, but you can keep them pulpy. Don't monologue, just punch in a direction. 18 hits, roll for damage.
That's 12 slashing and 7 fire damage.
You cut through the beast with your flame tongue, and it roars in pain, but seems resistant to the fire damage. Is that your turn?
That's me.
Alton, it's your turn. And related to that, stand up. It helps for a number of reasons, the main one being that if everyone's sitting and you're standing, you already sort of have the word and can direct the conversation as needed. Your players will sense your engagement. They'll sense you want to keep things moving because you're moving. I used to sit for much of my DMing, and it got really hard to direct monsters around the map that was on the other side of the DM screen and in front of the players. Stand up, move to the map, and move the minis, and encourage players to do the same. Have them move their own minis. One of the biggest time wasters I see is some form of a player far away from the map saying, "Yeah, I move just a bit closer. No, not there on to the big guy." Not the BBG, the big guy lieutenant. Yeah, there. Moving provokes attack opportunity. Oh, maybe, I don't know, further back? I don't know, just place me somewhere in there. No, not there. Good God, just move your minis. It's the only way around that entire conversation. Pick up your mini and move it. Both players and DMs. Anyway, stand up, move, be ready to move your minis, look at the map, check what you need to, be on. When you do this, you keep the conversation moving. You make it feel fast, and you pull people in, especially if they can see the visible initiative, which brings me to another point. I keep my initiative on my DM screen. That way players can see what's going on, who goes where and when. They can plan for their turn as it approaches, and they've got no excuse when they're not ready for their turn. They can see it approaching. They'll know when the monsters go, I've got these little red tokens, because I add them as their turn comes up. so they know what kind of changes to account for in the lead up to their turn. Honestly, this has been a world of difference. There's nothing fancy either. Granted, it's a custom-made wooden DM screen, but other than that, these markers are just little index cards that I cut lengthwise, and then I folded them over the screen. On a given player's turn, I point at their initiative card to remind everyone of the visible initiative, and then I say who's on deck. Like, Alton, it's your turn, but I look at the player of whose initiative comes up after and I add, Maeve, you're on deck. I've seen loads of actual play DMs do this, and I gave it a try, and it helps snap players' attention back to the table. Like, if they were on their phone or whatever. And since that's the effort I'm putting in to keep them at attention, there's a stick attached for misbehaving. If I notice a player's turn come round, and it's only then they start analyzing the battlefield and tend to their abilities, I tend to rush the players a smidge. Nothing major, they might just be stuttering through ideas, so I try to break the analysis paralysis by flat out asking, what are you doing? And if there's another silence of analysis, I start counting backwards from 10. And on 0, I expect them to have already announced their move, and if not, they're taking the dodge action. Which, by the way, isn't that much of a punishment, I'll be honest. It's one of the best actions in the game. But it's enough that the players will often rather blurt out what they were going to do anyway. I Eldritch Blast the bad guy! Yeah, thanks. We're done. If a bunch of players have back-to-back turns, I'll just shout out a string of names and gesture to the screen so they can see how it lines up. You can also stack turns. Like if someone wants to cast a healing spell, I probably don't need to wait for the healing math. Most of the time, the cleric can just tally up the hit points, and then an unrelated character does their unrelated charge on the ogre. Or if someone's casting a fireball and about to roll 8d6, but I know for a fact nobody's dying since the fireball is going to hit a bunch of bad guys all with a boatload of HP, I just let the player take a turn while the fireball damage is still being tallied. Another way to keep it fast is to keep it fresh. Players may roll their eyes at the umpteenth combat against the same old goblins in the same old dungeon. But when you put new stuff on the table, players tend to engage. They'll be more excited to see new stuff, and they'll be excited to figure out how it works, excited to see it deployed. But you can do that with your very own homebrew or with third-party content. And when it's well put together, it takes the heavy lifting off of your shoulders. So what if you were playing something fresh, like Space Pirates Sailing on the Void Sea, the sponsor of today's video? This grim, dark, salted, eldritch-infested, high-sea-soaked expansion for 5e is an ocean brimming with monstrous titans and magical technology, a reinvented naval combat system, craftable magic items and modular ship components, and a brand new mutation system. It's from Loot Tavern, the creators of Helliana's Guide to Monsters, and they're back for more. The Kickstarter is live now. It's a 350-page plus sourcebook with STLs for minis you can print or tokens ready for VTT. Go get your Mimic ship and sail the Void Sea with the link in the description. There's a plethora of online tools designed to keep combat fast. These were helpful when I was starting out, but as I ran more and more, I quickly found that I spent more time fighting the tool, or the internet connection, or loading screens, or some other bit of tech. So now I have a much simpler tool at hand. The notepad. I've got this little stack of notepads behind the screen, a bunch of white pages, and all I do is write down the monster name, AC, hit points, just like this, and then I look at it like a quick reference guide. Does an 18 hit? I don't know. I look at the number, and yep, roll for damage. For damage numbers, I tally them upward because I'm not good at doing math, and for some reason, adding seems easier than subtracting. So I just add up dealt damage and compare it to the maximum hit points. This way I never have to subtract. But there's another benefit of doing it like this. I keep stat block somewhat visible by sharing features. You see, the thing that takes the most time at the D&D table is the checksum, the does X hit question. Matt Colville talked about this in his flow in the null result video. The thing that takes up so much time is when players have to ask, did an 18 hit, does 16 succeed the save, is he immune to fire damage, do all the damage types, do you need them separately? This is why Draw Steel doesn't use checksums. All the player checks are in front of the player, all the GM checks are in front of the GM, and there's no need to confer one with the other. Each side rolls the dice and announces the end result. But if you're not playing Draw Steel, you can get around this by announcing relevant stats as the players discover them. When someone hits the monster's AC, I say, that hits an AC of 12. Because then the players know they don't have to ask if they get above a 12. When the bad guy casts a spell, I say, make a DC 17 Constitution saving throw, and they could just say, I failed, or I succeeded. And you might think, but my players don't listen. Well, you repeat it to them until they get it. And eventually, players won't just listen, they'll correct one another. One player is bound to be paying more attention than the rest. I've lost count of how many times I announce the AC, and then a player asks, does a 23 hit, and the whole table goes AC 12. It's a self-policing system. But this doesn't just make combat faster, it makes it more tactical. Decisions become tactical in nature because the choices are informed. When players are making informed choices, they're making choices faster. Should I cast Fireball or Cone of Cold? Well, he just got a 27 on his last con save. Maybe test his dexterity instead? It makes the whole combat more tactical and quicker. But there are even more ways to speed up combat. If you've got a boatload of monsters on the field, you can get someone to run the mooks by making them the Mook Wrangler. Pick a player at your table that's DM'd before and is interested in DMing later maybe. Tell them you're running all the regular goblin mooks. Move them up to their speed and make melee attacks at the nearest target. If they can't reach, they dash or dodge. And you could even have them roll for the monsters, but the way I do it is that they shout out attacks by pointing at hero minis and saying 6 attacks on Maeve, and I nod and roll 6 attacks. On that note, I use minions. I know that there are a million homebrew rules out there for minions in 5e, including a popular system in Flea Mortals. But since the goal with minions for me is keeping them simple enough to be just in my head, I don't use overkill damage or group attacks or other bits of design like that. I just give them 1 hit point and then this ability. Minion. Once per day, when you succeed a saving throw that normally does half damage, you take 0 damage instead. So they don't all die to 5 damage AoE or whatever if they succeed. But you can use more elaborate rules you like. I'm not your daddy. That's just my name and it's pronounced Davi. So that's controlling the conversation. Standing up, visible initiative, and stat blocks. And let players run monsters. That's a good start, but there is so much more you can do. So let's do a rapid fire round. 1. Don't roll attack and then roll damage. Roll both at the same time and tell the players to do the same. Create little dice pools of what your monsters do, pick them up and then drop them wholesale. 2. Don't spend ages looking up rules. If you really have to check something, have a player look it up, or just make a player-leaning ruling and move on. You can always double-check after the session. 3. We use little bottle cap rings to quickly mark conditions so they're immediately visible to everyone on the table. 4. I have these AoE markers for the same reason, quick and easy. 5. Roll in front of the players. They can help with big math. Also, it's engaging as hell. Whew. Okay, breathe. Now, you might get to this part of the video with a frown on your face saying, I already do all those things and they're not helping. Then I've got one last suggestion. Maybe you don't need to speed up combat. Maybe the real combat is the speed up along the way. Maybe, just maybe, your combat isn't fun. Boring things feel like they take longer than fun things that take the same amount of time. Listen, nobody's out here complaining that, oh god, we played an awesome combat for 5 hours. I run 5-hour sessions sometimes and it's all one combat. They often feel epic and awesome and exhilarating. Faster isn't necessarily better. Better is better. Goes for a lot of things actually, now that I think about it. Maybe you're running identical combats back to back instead of varying your combat types and making sure each encounter feels unique. I made a video about exactly that and people seem to like it. It's about what I think of as the 8 types of combat. Or maybe every combat you run has the same objective, kill all the bad guys, and your players are getting bored of it. You could always introduce alternative objectives. I made a video on that too with 12 types of combat objectives. In fact, I've got a whole playlist here on the channel talking about combat, like the action economy, the less talked about resource economy and how to use it, running boss fights, elite teams, ambushes, how to use and mess around with CR, or running D&D at 20th level. If you haven't, go check them out and see if something there is worth trying at your table. So as you're running your next combat scenario, try picking a thing or two from this video to see if it speeds things up. And over your next adventure, add more and more from this video and watch as the speed of your combats gradually ticks upwards. And as it gets faster, you enter a positive feedback loop because it gets more fun and the players re-engage with the game and it'll get faster and faster from there. And before you know it, you will have the experience I have when you say roll initiative. Players won't grab their phones and disengage from what's in front of them. They'll lean in because it's time to focus up and get into it. Your combats will keep people on the edge of their seat as they're focused and excited about the fast-paced combat you are running. And that's where we'll pick it up next time. Thanks so much for watching this video. This channel is run by me and my girlfriend. Nat 20, let's go! If you want to support us directly, consider joining our Patreon and pick up our brand new magic item creation rules to give your players some fun weapons, and they'll be excited about using them in combat too. If you're feeling especially generous, you might like the video, comment, share, or subscribe, and hit the bell to be notified when we release new videos. Until next time, keep studying the mystic arts. If you're someone who plays 5e and you're going to continue playing 5e, should you buy the 2024 Dungeon Master's Guide? Yes, the new rules are clearer, better, the layout is vastly improved, but you were probably going to buy it anyway, right? So if you're someone who's already tried D&D 5e and you didn't really like it, and then you went on to play older editions of the game or other role-playing systems, should you buy the 2024 DMG? No, probably not. I don't think anything I would say could change your mind, and honestly I'm not trying to, so you already know enough about your own preferences, so go play Swords and Wizardry, Dungeon Crawl Classics, Labyrinth Lord, Pathfinder, or any of the other hundreds of fantasy RPGs out there. Not to mention the endless options of non-fantasy games like Genesis, Call of Cthulhu, GURPS, Paranoia, Dread, Blades in the Dark, and lots more. I'm sure there are people in the comments ready to tell you all about those other games. But that's beyond the scope of this video. This video is about that new 5e stuff. We're still calling 5e even though it's new 5e, 5.2024. Is that what we're supposed to call it? Okay. So if you're on the fence, and you're looking for more information about what is in this book, then you're in luck. I'm going to talk about just that. Welcome to Mystic Arts, where I, like your dad with a new subwoofer you just bought, will tell you to read the f***ing manual. My name is Dadi, I'm a professional writer and director, and I've been DMing for over 10 years. I apologize how late this video is coming out. Loads of D&D tubers have already covered this book and gotten their videos out. I didn't get an advanced review copy, though in fairness to WotC, we only just launched this channel a few weeks ago, so it's not like they could have known. So I had to buy this book at my friendly local game store and read it like the rest of the D&D community. And now that I have, I want to talk about it. All of this is to say, this video is not sponsored. These are my own opinions. Nobody's bought them, and there are plenty of things I dislike about WotC, Hasbro, and 5e, but this book isn't one of them. I really, really like this book. The writers and designers deserve some serious praise. They're doing good work. As a terminally online member of the D&D community, I spend a lot of time in various D&D subreddits, and occasionally I see posts that go something like, I think I'm a bad DM. Are there resources online that I can look into to be better? I'll take any suggestions. By the way, I don't read the rules. I'm paraphrasing, but you get the point. I cannot believe I have to say this, but you have to read the rules. Tabletop role-playing games don't run on Unreal Engine. They run in your brain. And if your brain doesn't know how the game works, the game's gonna crash. In another video, I said you don't have to read all the books to get started, and I stand by that comment. To start, read the Playing the Game section of the free rules and start playing. It only takes 90 minutes. But if you're already playing, and especially if you're looking to step up your game, start reading the official reference books. They are the manual. Read it. Understanding the rules will make running the game much easier. It will also make it easier to figure out new rulings, since you know where the rules for individual sections are written down, so you can quickly look them up. But more than that, reading the books will give you new ideas. Every time I flip through these things, my mind starts racing with inspiration for what to do in my next game. And I am saying that as a 10-year veteran DM who was last inspired by The West Wing.
You are a good man, Josh.
Yes, I really am quite something.
But when I was starting out, I had no idea what kinds of games D&D could create, or what to do with the players once we all got around the table together. If I just read the book, I would have known. Seriously, read the books. You're the game engine. Read the source code.
What's next?
Our point is that it's...
I understood the point, and when I ask what's next, it means I'm ready to move on to other things. So, what's next?
I wanted to start off by saying how good the new layout is. Kudos to the layout team. This is excellent work. Points are usually constricted to a page or a spread. They liberally use small pieces of art in page corners to fill in sections that would have otherwise been the start of a whole other train of thought. Long paragraphs are broken up into subheaders. This makes it easy to skim, easy to look up sections, and especially inviting to read. As someone with a cocktail of neurodivergence in their head, this feels easy to approach. And since I know tons of you out there are just as kooky as I am, this will help you as well. Look at this section about things you need. The header is self-explanatory. First off, great stuff. It uses simple and direct language instead of something like requisite materials for play. Ugh. And below, there's a single sentence, no long-winded lecture. And after that, there's a series of subheaders with short paragraphs underneath. Let's compare this to the first spread in the 2014 DMG, where there's 3 headers about mastering the world, adventure, and rules. Each section is overly explanatory, and good advice is buried within layers of text. Putting aside the daunting language of mastery, it's also daunting to look at. No wonder loads of people never get around to reading this book. Back to the 2024 version, even someone with serious ADHD could quickly skim this section to find the bit they needed by Son. If that person wanted to read every part of this particular spread, or this entire book, their experience would be so much better. They'd find themselves completing lots of little milestones. Read the section on dice. Okay, done. Now the section on note-taking materials. Okay, done. You get little dopamine hits as you go along. I have a friend who struggles with ADHD, but she was so excited to read this book when it came out, she read the whole thing before I even made it out of my apartment to buy it. She tried to read the first DMG back in the day and just couldn't do it. But the new one? No problem. Anyone could read this. I think the font's a bit bigger too. Not a lot, but by like a point or something. It all helps. So what's the fundamental difference between the new DMG and the old DMG? It's ease of access. This new book even has examples of play that were completely missing in the old book. I love examples of play. Let's dive into the opening spread of each book. In the 2024 book, the first spread is one full page art just to ease us in, and then one page of text. That page of text is broken up into an introduction, what does a DM do, a section on DM tips, and a sidebar about what's new in the 2024 book compared to the previous version. This section on DM tips is chock full of sound advice, separated by mini subheaders that summarize each point. Be fair and flexible. It's okay to make mistakes, that kind of stuff. And what does a DM do makes itself approachable by not calling you a master of anything, but rather describing your role with similar jobs. Actor, director, referee, and the introductory text tells you what a DM is, as if you've never heard of it. Check this out. The Dungeon Master's Guide is written for the player who presides over the game and makes sure everyone is having fun. This player is the Dungeon Master, or DM. Being a DM is a fun and empowering and rewarding experience. That's fantastic. And if you never read the 2014 DMG, this approach I just described might seem obvious, but here's how that older book starts. The Dungeon Master's Guide assumes that you know the basics of how to play the D&D tabletop role-playing game. If you haven't played before, the Dungeons & Dragons starter set is a great place to start. And then it has the gall to do this. Look at this mess. It just goes on and on and on about all kinds of things with no apparent structure. It's mostly the same advice as the 2024 book. Some is verbatim, but it is so buried within this wall of text that there is no way for anyone to make sense of it. And by the way, that failure to help new DMs isn't unique to the 2014 DMG. In fact, it's a time-honored tradition. For so much of the game's history, probably until actual play came along, the only way to learn how to DM was to either struggle through the rulebooks yourself or watch other DMs run the game. The 1986 Dungeon Master's Guide, of which I have the 1995 Collector's Edition copy, contains absolutely no description of what a DM even is, not in the foreword or the two separate introduction pages. Instead, the introduction usefully includes this bit of text. There are hundreds of tricks, shortcuts, and simple principles that make you a better, more dramatic, and more creative game master. But you won't find them in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Gee, thanks for telling me that there's information out there. You're just not gonna give it to me? This new book is definitely better for new DMs. Chapter 1, cleverly titled The Basics, actually explains the basics. It assumes you don't know what the DM does. What a novel concept. And it's not like it's weighing down the book for experienced DMs who are going to skip the first chapter anyway. Those DMs are here for the toolbox, the bastions, and magic items. Beginner friendliness doesn't matter to them. What comes next is a remarkably reasonable structure compared to the old book. This new DMG structures itself for newbies so that the most simple concepts are at the front, and the book gets progressively more advanced as it goes on. Again, that might not seem that impressive, but let's compare it to the 2014 book, which opens by talking about the multiverse of D&D on page 43 with the title Chapter 2, Creating a Multiverse. Good God. What were they thinking? I mean, I made my own multiverse, campaign setting, the works, but I also know new players who wanted to become DMs. They picked up this book, and then they were absolutely shell-shocked by the responsibilities they felt had been put on them. Once, a player in my group was interested in getting into DMing, so for his birthday, I got him the DMG. I think that was a huge disservice. He did end up running, but my present was harmful more than it was anything else. In the new book, Chapter 2 is called Running the Game and contains loads of good advice, enough to make channels like this one obsolete. Subscribe while we're still here. It's even got some prime encouragement that new DMs can do with hearing. There's this art at the start with a picture of Zuctomoy, and it says, like Zuctomoy, the demon queen of fungi cultivates her fungal gardens. You can carefully cultivate a vibrantly growing campaign. Slay. This new book has advice on simple things like group size, absent players, multiple DMs, when and why to roll the dice, how to narrate effectively, improv guidance, miniature and terrain logistics, XP and milestones, and how to avoid combat turning into a slog. There's also advice on some more niche things, like being submerged in lava, hazards like yellow mold or extreme temperatures, spider webs, marks of prestige, mobs, and firearms. Honestly, the DM's Toolbox chapter is a lot of fun, and I'll be going back to it in the future. It's got so much good stuff in it. It's bound to inspire people. It's inspiring me. Oh, and I should mention that unlike the 2014 DMG, this book includes advice on running online games throughout. So if you're someone who plays online, this is a good resource too. Seriously, if you're a new Dungeon Master, this book is for you. And if you're like me, and you're getting closer to those 10,000 hours, you'll still find this really useful. I'm not sponsored, I promise. There's stuff I don't like. Stick around. I'm not going to go through the whole book page by page or anything, but I do want to touch on some of the topics I thought were worth mentioning. There is a section on exploration starting at page 33 that I think will be very useful to help fight against the ongoing consensus that 5e's exploration system leaves a lot to be desired. It includes rules that define journeys as 3 stages and then shows you how to make that interesting. I think it's good stuff. Personally, I don't like the granular yet arbitrary setup that is the trio of fast pace versus slow pace versus normal pace. It never worked on me. It's somehow too granular to be understood at a glance and too arbitrary to really make a meaningful difference. I have my own rules for exploration that I use with hex crawling that I'll stick to, but to each their own. On the DM's Toolbox, I wanted to say that I especially love the section on marks of prestige. It's just one spread, but reading it made me really excited about offering my players a different sort of reward. One rooted in favor, fame, and renown. It wasn't a system, it didn't have renown points. Actually, there is a section on renown points, and I didn't like it that much. It seems like a fair bit of tracking for a whole load of nothing. It could easily be replaced by a bit of skill from the DM just adjudicating things fairly. That section on NPCs is pretty good too, but it contains this weird loyalty score system that just bores me. It invites you to track a loyalty score from 0 to 20 and then add or remove a D4 at certain events. Maybe this is interesting if there's one NPC in the party and the adventure revolves around convincing them or keeping them loyal, but honestly, DMs don't need to track points like that over the course of the adventure. In Baldur's Gate 3, it's good there's a loyalty system since a computer needs to understand those systems, but people understand people, and I doubt they need a system like this to know whether or not an NPC likes them. The DM can just adjudicate it. If the heroes act like monsters, the NPC leaves and plots against them or calls the cops on them. If the players save the NPC or help them with a quest related to them, the NPC is loyal. You don't need a numerical score to figure that out. This section also includes a passage at the end about using loyalty scores for sailing ship crews. That makes way more sense to me. I've done that before and it worked alright. The chase section has been updated, like a little, and it still fails to capture my imagination. It straddles the line between basically a combat, but not really, and some special circumstance rules, like having a limited pool of dashes per character. If we were in combat already and the chase started following combat, did the dashes count the ones before? What if they affected starting positions? It doesn't make much sense to me. I don't know, the whole thing boils down to dash every turn and keep succeeding con saves. It's uninspiring. I'm sure there's a way to make chases properly. 4E skill challenges work better, but I found them to be a bit hit or miss. They're a little too much of a minigame for me sometimes. I don't know what the solution is with chases. I think 5E's a little poorly suited for them, honestly. There was a pretty fun one in Waterdeep Dragon Heist that basically was a whole set piece, so I think that's probably the best way to do these kinds of things. Maybe I'll try some chase variants in my table and see what sticks. There's a couple of pages on how to make settlements that I think is brilliant advice for DMs of all experience levels. I found it insightful. I likely won't roll on the tables much, but knowing which tables they chose to print was an insight in and of itself. For instance, there's a table called Current Calamity. Boy, is that cool. Your players come to a town, something should be going on. It doesn't have to be catastrophic, but there's something happening. And that calamity is felt across the entire town. Every interaction is in some way related to it. That way, your settlement is about something. There's a story there. The sections on homebrew is very stripped down compared to the 2014 rules. On creating monsters, for example, there's way less work gone into showing the math, where it comes from and why it is the way it is. The creating a monster section is gone from 10 pages in 2014 down to a measly 2 in the new book. Maybe that's going to be covered by the new monster manual, we just don't know. Similarly, brutal cuts have been applied to the sections on creating spells or magic items. Guidance on design philosophy is nowhere to be found. I really hope that's going to get its own book for DMs with serious guidance on homebrew, but I doubt it. 2014's 5e seemed to be proud of how easy it was to homebrew for. I worry that this new same edition is more of that sort of walled garden approach. I think that's better for new players, but I think it's worse for DMs who are headed into a second or third campaign. There's also a couple of pages about traps, including a load of perfectly good example traps. I think they're really good. Some are magical, some are mundane, all kinds. Each trap is explained thoroughly, and there's text for detecting and disarming them, destroying them, and using them on higher levels. It introduces a whole structure around traps, something 5e always needed, and now it's there. And by existing within a structure, it shows the reader how to make their own traps. And there's even a little bit of guidance on how to do just that. There's a little note about narrative curses in the DM toolbox that I particularly appreciated seeing, just to give DMs permission to create curses that are a part of the story of a game. I know that there are loads of people out there whose issue with 5e is that the system asks too much of the DM and should help DMs with more and more structured setup, and the mechanics like narrative curses feel like salt in the wound for those people. While I understand the sentiment, I also disagree with the core principle of the idea. One of the things I love most about 5e is the flexibility afforded to DMs to choose their style of play. The fact that DMs are, by the rules, explicitly permitted and invited to make their own curses is exactly what I want from a game meant to simulate the world that exists inside the heads of me and my players. My biggest pet peeve with any RPG is when my storytelling is hampered by a system that's too rigorous. I'm a professional storyteller, and before that I was an amateur storyteller, and before that I just really loved stories. I don't want games to lock me in place narratively, and 5e wants to actively get out of my way when it comes to narrative and impose itself when it comes to combat. And that works for me. If that doesn't work for you, then you might want to consider another system. But having tried loads, this system, flawed as it is, usually works just right for me and my group. If you're someone who intends to make their own adventures and campaigns for your players, this book is for you. The 2024 Dungeon Master's Guide is all about providing resources to DMs that will explain the secrets of how to Dungeon Master. It is seriously very good, to a degree that is worrying to me, because videos like mine about how to DM are spoiled by the book. How dare they? It's given my secrets away. I thought it was my job! Chapter 4, Creating Adventures, defines an adventure as a story that consists of encounters. This chapter includes the revised CR math. In short, the multipliers for monsters per side is thankfully gone and replaced with some guidance on best practices around the action economy, which is how most people ran the game anyway. And the easy difficulty nobody used is gone, and the 3 other difficulties are now called easy, medium, and hard. Deadly is gone, since it was straight up a misnomer after all. There is advice on variety, urgency, rests, random encounters, on treasure hoards, on rewards in general. There's also some advice on adventure structure, such as including a climax and a resolution. At the end of that chapter, there are a handful of adventure examples, which aren't much good for running right out of the book. You'd have to do a bit to prep and adapt them, but they are great examples of how your own notes for an adventure could look. My notes for my adventures look like that, which I think is healthy for the hobby. Your adventure prep doesn't need to look like this. Chapter 5, Creating Campaigns, defines a campaign as consisting of several adventures connected in some way. Like the adventure section, it's got guidance on structure and storytelling, as well as a bit on the flavors of fantasy, heroic, epic, or mythical fantasy, supernatural horror, sword and sorcery, intrigue, mystery, war, swashbuckling, or crossing the streams like Gamma World or Spelljammer. All of them valid types, and all of them were introduced in 2014, but now there's more actionable advice on how to make those in this campaign book, including more specific hooks. It feels very inclusive of a broad spectrum of adventure, which is great for my game, to be honest. I run countless adventures and campaigns across my campaign setting, set in my world, across its history and massive world map, and all of those types of fantasy exist somewhere in my world. This is kind of the virtue of how broad a game D&D can be. And while there are loads of folks who'd feel better served with a system that hones in on one genre, I want the kitchen sink. I love the idea
of my Spelljammer characters helping fight Tiamat with the epic fantasy characters, all of which is a foreboding history to my current intrigue game set a few decades after the last war. I honestly think that's awesome, and I'd have a hard time doing it without a game like 5e, but it could be done. I've played and had fun in other systems, but this really appeals to my style of play. The chapter continues with advice on how to start and communicate genre to your players, something about Session 0, about the options of how parties get created on or off screen. There is some advice in here about running both episodic and serialized campaigns, which I don't think we've had explicitly in the books before, but I love those games. Some of my players have episodic campaigns set in my homebrew world, so once a year or so they run a new episode and we all have fun. It's a great way to play. You can start the episode wherever. Sometimes they start with a new hook, sometimes there are connections, but a lot of the time we start with a time skip. It's been 3 years since the 4 of you were in the same room. That's so different, and it can be so much fun. It also includes this bit of advice. It's easy to get caught up in a story with dramatic stakes, pitting characters against mounting threats, but every so often, at least once every 3 to 5 levels, give the characters a break, a low-stakes session or adventure that has nothing to do with the overarching plot or broader perils. I should do that more. At least I should try to. My games tend to all be high tension all the time. I think that's the most common bit of feedback I get from my players. It's some variation of when do we get a beach episode? Soon, I promise. In the book, there is what the marketing people have called a truncated campaign setting, but I was surprised by how much there is. It's 30 pages, and certainly an easy thing for an interested DM to take and make their own. Or at the very least, read through and get an idea of how to make their own world. It includes a decently healthy gazetteer, but more importantly, there's this section on how to structure adventures around 3 main conflicts. The dragons, the elementals, and I use the evil. I think that's the most useful part in there. Notice how the campaign setting isn't defined as a standalone unit. It is nothing without the story it's telling. The first thing the book says about Greyhawk is who the bad guys are and how to structure an adventure around them. I think that's a really important point. Your campaign setting isn't complete until you've populated it with at least 3 bad guys that create stories for you to tell in that setting. Stories come from conflict, so your world is just a stagnant map until you've given it something to fight about. There's also a chapter in here about the D&D cosmology. I won't go into detail simply because there is a lot of nerd lore for nerds, and I'm a nerd and I like it, but if you use your own cosmology, then you're probably not interested. And if you use the D&D cosmology, then this is more of that. I didn't find anything obviously missing. It looks like a lot of stuff is reprinted. Though they did add a section on what an adventure in each plane could be about. Each section is around 100 words, not enough to run with, but enough to be inspired by. I do like that Sigil now plays a huge role in the multiverse again. It seems to have gotten beefed up since the 2014 version. So I've said a lot about this book without really mentioning the actual selling point. This book is full of magic items. It is the largest chapter by far. The treasures section takes up 120 pages out of this 384 total pages in this book. Broadly speaking, the magic items presented are good. All the changes seem to focus mostly on making the magic items approachable for more styles of play, moving items into a fairly standardized direction, making sure to say whether an item is a magic action or a utilize action, for example, in accordance with a new language in the player's handbook. It's all incredibly inoffensive, which means I'll probably use more of these items in the future, even though I always end up tweaking something. The downside of the inoffensive nature of this revised magic item list is that some of the weird bits are gone, and I often like those weird bits. My group and I like finding excuses to tie them into our stories, give them the spotlight and let them inspire us. Magnus, a player in my group, ran a standalone adventure for us where a dwarf, played by one of the player characters, led the party to go find the axe of the Dwarvish Lords buried deep within the mountains. Only the dwarf was trying to make sure we didn't find the axe. This was the Earthheart Forge, and the dwarf put the axe there himself almost 50 years ago. And this expedition we were on was destined to find it. And if we did, we would remove it from the Earthheart Forge, and the axe wouldn't be destroyed, because the magic item says it must remain within the forge for 50 years. So this dwarf wanted to sabotage the whole mission, because we were going to look for it anyway. So why did the dwarf want to destroy the axe of the Dwarvish Lords? Because he wasn't a dwarf. He was an elf. He hated the dwarves and the axe, because the axe had cursed him to look like a dwarf, because that's what the axe of the Dwarvish Lords does. Only, in the new version of the rules, it doesn't do that anymore. So, in my world, I'll keep using the older, more weird rules,
and I suspect that'll be true for some of the other more weird magic items in the book. I miss a lot of the weirder stuff, but nobody's sending the Pinkertons to take the 2014 book from me, so I'll get to keep it just how I like it. Plus, I have the 2nd edition Book of Artifacts, which I'll happily continue to steal for weird things, like the AD&D version of the Axe of the Dwarvish Lords, or the Book with No End. The new rules contain guidance on how often to give out magic items, which I think is a good thing. I will be consulting that table for my ongoing campaign. The random treasure table is shorter, and probably better. It goes by theme and rarity, instead of sorting itself into what always seemed like arbitrary columns. And back then, Table A used to mostly just say, give your players a healing potion. Gee, thanks. Good table. The last chapter in the book is about bastions, basically the party's home base, if you allow it. The idea is that the players build rooms that grant them some defined ability, and then they can make more rooms as they level up. Basically like feats that are hyper-specific and only work for 7 days after you were last in your home base. I think it's neat. I might incorporate it into my own home game, maybe. I think there's a lot of special rooms in here, and I'd want my rules lawyer players to inspect the list thoroughly first, just to help me spot exploits I might have missed. But they all seem fun. I love stuff like this. My long-term games are all about that style of play where the players have a home base, fortification, they go on to become kings and queens. My main campaign is called Kingmaker, named after the Pathfinder adventure path, although it never had much in common with it other than the fact that we were using the Kingdoms rule set back when we were playing Pathfinder. Today, in our 3rd Kingmaker campaign, we use our own homebrew rules for running domains, and they're granular and complicated. Something that would make for a terrible RPG product. It's so bad, but we love it. It's for us. It requires spreadsheets and loads of math. My players worry about global trade, road construction, and things of that nature. So oddly enough, for me, the Bastions are just a little too simple, which is probably a good thing. My version is pretty terrible. What's especially good about the Bastion rules is that they reference other rules in the game. It's not a completely separate system. It uses supernatural gifts, magic items, and specific crafting rules, all good things. I think the main reason Bastions are in this book, however, is to appeal to veteran DMs who weren't interested in revisions but could be swayed to buy this book for the Bastion rules alone. How you feel about that is up to you. I can't fault them too much, since I imagine an official sourcebook on the subject might not sell well. Then again, Strongholds and Followers and Kingdoms and Warfare both did all right for MCDM. I bought both books and I've used them a fair bit. I think Bastions are a better design than Strongholds, and I don't think it's even close. The Bastions are better balanced, better designed, and honestly more appealing overall. However, I think the purpose of these rules is to eventually engage in mass combat, which is missing from the Bastion rules entirely. I've used the Kingdoms and Warfare rules for mass combat several times, and they're pretty good. I made some alterations to them over the years, and now I run my own version of those rules. I'll make a video about that eventually. The first appendix in the Dungeon Master's Guide is called the Lore Glossary, and I think it's a good addition. I had fun reading it. I don't think there's much to say about it, except that it's there, and new DMs might find it fascinating. I certainly would have loved to see it when I was starting out. Oh, and the second appendix is great. It's a bunch of example maps, and yeah, the old books had them too, but these are so much more useful to new DMs. They have diagrams of what places look like at a side angle to show you how the dungeon levels connect, and they're all in black and white, so they're very legible. I think they're brilliant, and I'm going to use all of them for my ongoing sandboxy hexcrawl game. D&D's New Old Edition is a lot like the Old New Edition. They're both called 5e, they're both proudly sporting subclasses, feats every 4th level, bounded accuracy, and all the other major changes from previous editions. The 2024 version of the rules seems to me to be largely a reorganization effort to make rules' intentions clearer, fix some of what the designers viewed as the major issues with the game balance from 2014, and primarily to write rulebooks that were welcoming to a larger audience. When they wrote the 2014 books, they were writing rulebooks for a legacy game that had lost a large chunk of its audience. The balance assumed you were crawling through dungeons, with the major playtest adventure being a 100-room dungeon called Dead and Thay. That's how 5e was designed. That is not the 5th edition that exists today. Compared to today, those designers back in 2014 had less money, less time, and no idea where the game was going. They didn't know Stranger Things, Critical Role, and D&D 2 was about to happen. They didn't know about the pandemic, about the huge boost in online play, or the shift in the cultural zeitgeist towards nerddom with Marvel movies. They didn't know about Baldur's Gate 3 or Honor Among Thieves. They couldn't have written the edition of the rules we ended up playing. How could they have known? If I were on that design team, I really would have wanted another swing at these core books, and making those books for an audience that was reading them. I would have
been desperate to reorganize the Dungeon Master's Guide in the way that they did, and I think they've done a brilliant job of it. I really do. I was really pleased with my purchase of the book, really pleased with the new direction the game seems to be headed in, and optimistic about adventures published in this style. Not with these rules necessarily, though I've got nothing against them per se, but with adventures written with the ease of access and clarity that permeates these new books. That's appealing to me. I really hope they keep that tone moving forward. Professor Dungeon Master said this is the best Dungeon Master's Guide ever designed for official Dungeons & Dragons, and I agree. I think this is the best Dungeon Master's Guide I've read cover to cover. Or maybe not. And that's where we'll pick it up next time. Thanks so much for watching this video. Me and my girlfriend make these videos together as partners, both writing and editing. We asked about a Discord in a recent video. We're looking into that and we're trying to figure out exactly how we want to do it, so stay tuned on that. So other than that, if you like this video, then consider liking, commenting, and subscribing, and hitting the bell if you want to be notified when we release new videos. Until next time, keep studying the mystic arts.
Do you want to make your own campaign but you're not sure where to begin? How do you even create a whole adventure from scratch? Here's a neat trick. You don't. You're a DM, a scoundrel, a knave, a scallywag. You cheat, steal, and lie. Here's what you actually do. Go find a big bad evil guy. BBEG for short, but it's pronounced Babig. You decide that the final session of the adventure is about fighting this Babig. And then you plan everything else in the adventure around Babig. You start at the end of the adventure and plan back to front. When you do that, everything will be much easier. Welcome to Mystic Arts, where everyone is the main character and nobody's happy about it. My name is Davi. I'm a professional writer and director, and I've been DMing for over 10 years. So where do you find your babigs? Well, they can come from anywhere. Maybe you read a comic, manga, book, or something else, and now you want to put that babig into your game. Do it. Or maybe you opened up one of these official D&D Splat books and realized that the Blob of Annihilation is the perfect end boss for your campaign because you like blobs, and you like Annihilation. Do it. Or maybe you got a third-party book about mortals that are supposed to flee, and this section on Fantasy Godzilla has your mind racing. So you thought maybe you'll use that stat block. Or make your own. Do it. Or you might be subscribed to Loot Studios, the sponsor of today's video, and you saw their Journey to Alfheim pack. Final chapter of their Viking saga and found this massive, gorgeous miniature called Jörmungandr. And you were in awe, so you decided to build a video around it as the babig. No? Just me? Anyway, let's imagine that's the one you go for. Well, how does this work? It's not that complicated, really. We're going to break it down into 6 easy steps. The babig, the high tower surprise, the loyal lieutenants, the big goal, the hints along the way, and the inciting incident. Back to front, right? 6 answers to 6 questions. Let's jump right in and make a campaign right now. The babig. Okay, so we've decided that the babig in this campaign is Jörmungandr. Let's start by asking ourselves a few questions about Jörmungandr. Like, what is a Jörmungandr? Well, like all mythic creatures in D&D's anthology-like history, it originates from real-world mythology. Or to be precise, it comes from Norse mythology. Hey, I'm a Norse. So let's take a look at some mythology. Jörmungandr, sometimes called Miðgarðsormur, is a sea serpent that circles the world, biting its own tail, like the Egyptian and Greek Ouroboros. Jörmungandr is one of the arch-nemeses of the Aesir, the species of Norse god dudes that live in Ausgarður. Or that. The other 2 enemies, or babigs you might say, were Hel and Fenrir. You've seen Thor Ragnarok, right? Or played the video game adaptation, Kratos Ragnarok? It's that stuff. Of course, in my own campaign setting, I've got my own version. Many years ago, before the tyranny of Rezul, or the empire from Mythalin, just moments after the conjunction of worlds, when this world was still in its infancy, there existed 3 elder evils that threatened to tear it asunder. The dragon, the pandemonium, and the serpent. The Alliance of Orgulthar swore to destroy these evils. They were the progenitors of elves, dwarves, and men. They created weapons, wrote the rules of the world, and created divinity. But the Alliance could not destroy the other evils, only seal them away. That, I think, is a pretty good answer to what is the babig. It's the serpent, an elder evil from before time. So why is the babig? I mean, what are its motives? Well, It's not lawful, right? It's a beast. Its mind is chaos. It wants to devour the Earth? No. Let's say it wants to devour the sun. But it can't. It's sealed away, so take that, you big worm. So that brings us to, how is the Babeeg? Someone wants to free it. And if that someone succeeds, then the serpent will rise, the sun will be destroyed, and this world shall be plunged into an endless age of darkness. So, this is where we do a high tower surprise. In screenwriting, a high tower surprise refers to that moment in the third act of the film where we think we're done, but then there's a second, third act that shows up and reminds us that we're not quite done yet. It's kind of essential to enjoy a film, especially like an action or adventure movie, which D&D is certainly a neighbor to. Basically, your action hero has already defeated the baddie in a fist fight in the rain, and then, while being arrested, Gary Busey pulls out a gun. Or the big three Avengers already dueled Thanos to a standstill, and then Thanos won. And then Carol Danvers duels him to a standstill, and Thanos wins again, so Tony Stark has to do his thing. Or in Empire, Leia escapes Cloud City, but Luke is still fighting Vader, and we get an actual surprise. Vader was German for father all along. Basically, the fact that we've entered the third act is no excuse to stop having fun. We still have surprises in store in the finale. That's what makes it epic. So, what is our high tower surprise? Well, we've been chasing after this lieutenant the whole campaign. Let's call her Hale. In the middle of fighting her, we realize that she already nearly finished the ritual to summon the serpent, and all that's required is her own blood sacrifice. When the PCs kill her, a massive serpent rises from the ground to eat the sun. Go stop the serpent before it eats the sun and plunges the world into darkness. Pretty please. Look, I live in Iceland. I can tell you that a few months without the sun will make you depressed. Don't make me go a millennia. The repercussions will be dreadful. I'll stop uploading. Now you might think, well, my PCs hate me when I just say the Babeeg is summoned just like that. Yeah, maybe. You know your players better than I do, and if they think that's railroading, then you should avoid it. But in my experience, audiences and players alike are okay with coincidences that get them into trouble, but not out of it. And then the bad guys do this is usually an okay framing device. The Babeegs are competent, wicked, and they must be stopped. When you say, and then the good guys save the day, that's a coincidence that gets PCs out of trouble. It's called Deus Ex Machina, and it's bad storytelling. I've done it before, but you gotta be super careful. I don't think it's good advice to suggest you do that kind of thing. But I've done it and gotten away with it. I've also done it and been given the side eye.
Bombastic side eye.
So, the Babeegs can only be fought by the incredible heroes doing incredible things, and anything else is antithetical to the spirit of the game we're playing. When the bad guys pull a rabbit out of a hat and do that thing you've been foreshadowing for a whole campaign, the players will understand that they were cutting it close, and that's the narrative. Of course, you might decide over the course of a campaign that this eventually shouldn't be possible because the players have done such a good job so far. But I invite you to instead reframe the dramatic question. The question shouldn't be, can the players kill Hale, the lieutenant, before she completes the ritual? It can be, can the players kill Hale, the lieutenant, before she completes the perfect version of the ritual? As in, the serpent may get summoned no matter what, but if Hale completes the ritual her way, the serpent gets a head start on nomming the moon, or maybe starts with more hit points, or an additional mythic phase. You could even tell the players that Hale is doing a ritual during the fight, and if they kill her before it completes, you could literally tell them the mechanic behind the fight was. If you'd killed her a round later, the serpent would have started with twice as many hit points. Put the stakes on the table. Frame the dramatic question in the way you think is appropriate, and then give it to your players to answer for you. This way, you can have your high tower surprise and everyone can enjoy one last fight. PCs versus the Gary Busey snake. So, who's this Hale person? I've talked about her a lot. Well, now we're getting into the loyal lieutenants. This is key to building a campaign back to front, especially with these sorts of extra planner beyond the veil threats that are largely dumb beasts. You need a mouthpiece character that can walk around the mortal plane. It gives you this baked-in lead-up to the main villain showing up. One day, you're walking around the city of Blackguard and thinking about how cool the Obsidian Palace is, or wondering why the price of the newspaper just went up, and then the DM drops this mini on the table and says, Jormungandr showed up, roll for initiative. Well, that ain't it, Chief. Like, it's fine, I guess, for a beer and pretzel sort of game, but if you play this game to be immersed, then Jormungandr showed up has a few problems. You don't know what a Jormungandr is, where a Jormungandr comes from, or the primary diet of Jormungandr, the sun. For a fight to have stakes, they can't just exist inside the DM's head. You have to put the stakes out there so they exist within everyone's head. If it isn't said, it doesn't exist. Basically, you need a lieutenant to say, "You're too late. Soon the serpent that circles the world will rise and devour the sun. None of you will ever see the light of day again." You know, that kind of stuff. Now we all know that the serpent is a one-of-a-kind creature that wants to eat the sun, and none of us will be able to photosynthesize anymore. Thanks, Jormungandr. So we develop our lieutenant. Her name is Hel, also stolen from Norse mythology. She'll be a bit different from the mythic Hel. We'll say she's a social outcast, maybe a hag, or the human daughter of a hag. She was nurtured from youth by visions of this big serpent that corrupted her mind as she grew older. Hel is captivated by the serpent and the sunless world. Hel likes those things. She's been fully indoctrinated into this ideology, and there is little we can do to change her mind. She has to be physically stopped. But maybe if restrained and knocked out, she could be deprogrammed one day in the future. But definitely not over the course of a single encounter. She didn't just wake up one morning and decide to delete the sun. This is who she is as a person. She's been indoctrinated for her entire life. Hel is also a human, so she can walk around, recruit minions, talk to people, lie about her true purpose, all guided by her god, the slithering titan. It's the serpent. There's something really fun about giving bad guys an alter ego name that they can use early on in the adventure. Anyway, Hel is our main lieutenant and a Babig in her own right. But we're not done, because players will need an enemy to fight for every leg of the campaign, not just at the end. And while, yes, technically you could have them constantly fighting Hel, with her dramatically getting away, like at the end of a Saturday morning cartoon, but that's not fun for the players. They want to feel like they're getting closer and closer to what's going on in the adventure. So instead, you use tiered lieutenants. It's simple. You divide your campaign into each tier of play you intend to play in. A tier of play being levels 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12, 13 through 16, and 17 through 20. Unless you're running a campaign that doesn't go up to 20 but stops at something like 13. That presumably means your final session starts with that final level up, and then the players fight Jormungandr. So the bad guy of the 9 through 12 tier is Hel, so you'll need 2 more lieutenants for 5 through 8 and 1 through 4. Create those adventures around those earlier lieutenants and their plans, and you're good to go. But before you can figure that out, you need to understand Hel's big goal. You need an answer to the question, why can't she just summon Jormungandr right now? Why does she have to wait until the players are all level 13? Well, here's where you kind of have to work out the meat of your adventure. What is your adventure about, really? If this is a desert survival fantasy game where food is scarce, then it turns out Hel needs raw meat to summon Jormungandr. So, she's already and automatically in conflict with the PCs from the get-go. If this is a game about collecting as much money as possible, then Hel needs to melt gold to summon Jormungandr. If this game is about fighting big armies, then Hel needs raw manpower. Literal soldiers to summon the beast. If it's a game about a set of cool magic items that you want to give your players, then Hel needs those items to summon Jormungandr. Anyway, you get it. So what's this game about? Make the players and the bad guys want the same thing. Now, they're automatically in conflict. Looking at this Loot Studios mini I got, we can see that it's emerging out of the water. There's all this fine detailing with rocks and the ocean. So, maybe our version of the game is a naval campaign. The players could have this ship, and Jormungandr could emerge from the ocean. That sounds awesome. When possible, let yourself take inspiration from wherever you can find it, whether it's the Norse myths of Jormungandr or another cool mini that you have, like my ship. Now that you've built your finale, you need to start building backwards. I think of it as the hints along the way, these little snippets the players pick up on to figure out the endgame. Since it's a naval campaign, let's say that Hel needs gold. I think that's going to fit our campaign pretty well with, finding treasure, killing pirates. Actually, I guess that means our tier 2 bad guy lieutenant is a pirate captain. Pirate captain with an obscene amount of gold he's been collecting on Hel's orders. That way, he could know a thing or two about Hel when confronted. And in tier 1, when our heroes are still on their starting island in this naval campaign, there's a gold mine on the island. They might circumnavigate the island to find it, and inside there is kobolds and a young dragon hoarding gold, all for someone named Hel. So each tier of play has its own lieutenant character, and they move the overall plot forward. But here's the good bit. The pirate captain is also a standalone villain. He's a pirate captain. He's got a reputation. And there's plans he could be brewing that are completely unrelated to Hel. Same with our dragon in the mine. This lets you isolate each tier of your campaign into a self-contained adventure with its own beginning, middle, and end. So your players won't get burned out on one long, never-ending story. They play through multiple exciting arcs, defeating villains, getting reward, and then have the option of continuing on with the game if they're hooked. You could literally bake it into your premise. Hey guys, this campaign could end here after you've defeated Snorthalaxasicus, the mine dragon, or we could play for another few levels. That way you're not asking your players to sign up for 2 years of a hobby, but slowly roping them in. You start them off with a 5-room dungeon with a hint of the serpent. Then, in the next adventure, there's a bit more of a hint, and another connection to this dragon in the mine, Snorthalaxasicus. Then, you'll let the dragon take center stage as the adventure's villain, until Snorthalaxasicus the mine dragon is defeated, and then you remind us that Hel is still out there, doing something, but we don't know what. Over the course of these tier-based adventures with their own villains, you drop hints of the grander story. The players find a magic item with ties to Jörmungandr. Let's say a ring of spell storing that looks like an Ouroboros, or a hammer of returning that was forged from a dying star, a weapon wielded by a titan killed by the serpent during the alliance of Orgultharians. Each of these hints will continue to remind the PCs of this backstory of the world with the Elder Evils. I mean, they'll forget in between, but that's why we remind them, and print it on their magic items. Anyway, you drop hints along the way, and once that's done, you think of fun, tertiary encounters that help seal the theme in. Since it's a naval campaign, you figure there could be pirates, Sahuagin, or in a mirror to the finale of the campaign, you add a kraken to assault the PCs while they're sailing around the southern blue. You know, the fun stuff. Finally, we need an inciting incident, something that kickstarts the campaign. If you're starting at the beginning, thinking of one of these can just seem impossible. Where do I begin? Well, now that you've already built most of this campaign, it should be much easier. You start with someone getting robbed of all their gold, or a dungeon full of gold that a lieutenant is going to steal, or there's a pirate ship the players could buy if only they had enough gold. You find an excuse to tie your opening session, probably a 5-room dungeon, into 1, gold, 2, the sea, and 3, the big snake. It should be easy at this point. It's a tomb full of gold, and inside there's a magic compass that belonged to a fabled pirate captain. But once inside, there's someone stealing the gold for his master. Hel. Bam! First session. And that's it. Now we have an inciting incident that will lead nicely into all these hints we can drop along the way. Lieutenants for every tier of play, tertiary encounters, a big goal for the lieutenants, gold. We have a head lieutenant in Hel, a high tower surprise in summoning Jörmungandr, and then we have this beastie. By the way, if you want Jörmungandr as a mini, it's available now on lootstudios.com in their Journey to Alfheim pack. It's got these 3 element factions, monsters, and Jörmungandr, which, by the way, is also available as a 75mm mini if you want a truly massive end boss. There's launch week discounts running now until Monday, June 30th. Link in the description and in the pinned comment. Go check them out. In Chapter 5 of the 2024 Dungeon Master's Guide, it says, one way to ensure your campaign's longevity is to come up with 3 compelling conflicts you can create adventures around. Introduce these conflicts early in the campaign, and as the campaign unfolds, focus adventures on different conflicts to keep the player's excitement high. And in their chapter on Greyhawk, it says, the default setting features conflicts with 3 major villainous groups, chromatic dragons, elemental evil cults, and IUs and his followers. You can replace 1 or more of these conflicts with ones of your own devising from the ones from the Flavors of Fantasy section earlier in this chapter. If you use these conflicts, look for opportunities in your adventures to introduce creatures in service to the 3 villainous groups. Give goals to these villains that bring their operatives into conflict with the player characters. And they've got a point. Your story will be stronger if you're able to effortlessly swap between villains. You use a mixture of A-plot, B-plot, and C-plot in a soup of unpredictability, and your players will hang on to your every word. Frankly, this is worth its own video, but in short, if you have 3 factions vying for power, the players never know which is behind what, and they'll want to find out. They'll want to spend their time trying to figure it out. That's a good mystery. And you've already seen how easy it is to develop a villain back to front like this. I did the serpent for you. Now go do the Dragon and Pandemonium, and you've got 3 arc villains ready for an epic multi-year campaign. Or, you know, your own versions of these big 3. It'll be easy. It'll take you one afternoon, and you'll have an outline that lasts you for years. Then, armed with that outline, you'll be prepared for anything. So you'll put it aside and prepare one session at a time, promising your players to put dope stuff in front of them every week, and you'll never see your players lose interest. There is always something happening. Victories to be won. There's always arcs being completed, and yet a hint of something more to come. It's both episodic and serialized. And sure, you could start with an opening session with no plan. You can prepare campaigns in a million different ways. There are as many ways to play D&D as there are groups playing it. But this is one way to do it quickly and easily and plan a whole campaign from a simple seed. Who is the bad guy? You could alternatively ask, what is the artifact everyone wants? And then invent 3 factions who want that artifact. Or you'll lean on your players. One of them says, I want to become a king. And if everyone is on board, you decide, okay, what 3 factions want to stop him? But you can start with this villain method and try other campaigns in the future. Because, and here's the beauty of this whole thing, it's an outline. It's a vague idea of a campaign. And I think that's how it should be. You'll leave gaps in your outline so your players can invite themselves into the holes you made. Blimey. Turns out one of them had a pirate captain betray them in their backstory. Yoink. Turns out one of them hates dragons. Yoink. She's getting a dragon nightmare scene. And one of them loves gold.
I love gold.
Well, who doesn't? In this fantasy game, I have loads of money and I get 8 hours of rest every night. You leave gaps in your outlines so you and your players can discover what's in them together at the session every week as you prepare one session ahead of time. That is the beauty of this whole game. It's a collaborative dance. You've got co-writers. You'll start hitting at stuff from your outline in session 1, and the players will drop a theory on you so awesome you decide that's what the bad guys are doing. Lean into the collaboration, into the sketchy, unrendered seams of the outline. And then as you play, you'll render details at the table with your friends. What could be better than that? And that's where we'll pick it up next time. Thanks so much for watching this video. This channel is run by me and my girlfriend. Thank you. And if you want to support us directly, consider joining our Patreon, where this month, Adept tier patrons get the Vessels of Light, a pair of good aligned artifacts perfect for high-level play. If you're feeling especially generous, you might like the video, comment, share, and subscribe, and hit the bell to be notified when we release new videos. Until next time, keep studying the mystic arts.
If you're new to Dungeons & Dragons, you've never played before, and you're wondering where to start, you might ask yourself, should I buy the D&D starter set? Yes. Yes, you should. They retail at about half the price of the Player's Handbook and include a short 32-page booklet with all the rules you need, as well as an adventure, monsters, pre-made characters, and dice. It's as good an introduction to D&D as any written booklet could be, and they all succeed to varying degrees. This one, the one with the green dragon on the cover, is my favorite. But if your local retailer only has one of these, they're all good. If this video was recommended to you and you got a little curious, that's the answer right there at the start of the video. They're all good. Wait, did you search for this video? Why? If you search for this video, then the answer is no. You are almost certainly not the target audience. The target audience is somebody walking down the aisle in Target and seeing this Dungeons & Dragons box for $15.99 and thinking, isn't that the Critical Role thing I heard of? And they buy it on impulse for themselves or some nerd they know because, why not? So if you search for this video, you're wondering one of 2 things. Either you're wondering if those $15 are worth it, and if that is you, that means you're trying to run D&D as cheaply as you can. And I don't think you need the starter set or any other D&D supplements. You can run D&D for free. I have a video on that. Or maybe you're here because you want a detailed review from a D&D super nerd about all 3 5e starter sets. In which case, hello. That's what this video is about. Welcome to Mystic Arts, where a veteran DM admits to buying all 3 starter sets for some reason. My name is Donnie, I'm a professional writer and director, and I've been dungeon mastering for 10 years. So what is the function of a starter set? I think it's advertising. Getting the game in front of people who aren't nerds. Essentially what the suits call customer acquisition. Like I said, you're walking down an aisle in Target, you see the box, you see the low price tag, maybe they buy it, maybe they even give it a go. But they also serve another purpose. They can be someone's first introduction into the hobby. That part I'm more skeptical of. I don't know that you can explain the game fully with nothing but text. Loads of RPGs have examples of play. Maybe that works better. Like Chapter 1 in the new 2024 Player's Handbook. It has running examples of play and it tags everything and explains the rules. I think that's probably better than anything in the starter sets. But even then, I have a hard time considering that a perfect solution. Most people would still struggle with what it is until they saw something like an actual play on YouTube. By the way, none of these box sets include a single example of play unless you count one exchange at the start of each of these rulebooks. And in general, these adventures are no less complicated to run than actual published hardcover adventures. Most of them have a brief section at the start explaining a little bit until they just leave the DM to fend for themselves. However, if the alternative is to buy 3 core rulebooks and a published adventure and some dice and then just kind of wing it, the starter sets begin to look way more appealing. The 2014 starter set features this fantastic piece of art on the cover. It's Venom Fang, a dragon featured in the adventure. The box itself is light and flimsy. Inside you'll find 5 things. This simplified 32-page rulebook, the adventure, the 5 pre-made character sheets, a set of dice, and this little white piece of cardboard designed to make the box appear fuller than it actually is. Like a bag of potato chips, this box is mostly air. I wonder if it's because otherwise it'll be only about the thickness of a hardcover book, but I'd much rather see this box stuffed with goodies of some kind. The pre-generated character sheets are good, they make it much easier for a new player to jump right in. But there's no real guidance on how to read the sheet, where the numbers come from, what they mean. It's kind of up to the players to just figure out. And it feels like a missed opportunity to have no rules of character creation in this box. The adventure, the stat blocks, there's enough stuff in here to run a bunch of different adventures, but you just can't unless you keep reusing the pre-made characters. I would have liked to see character creation separated into its own manual, however. I think it would have been too much as just a part of the starter rulebook. I will say this one bit from the getting started section caught my eye and I think it's good advice. Someone needs to be the Dungeon Master for your first play experience. Since you're reading this, you're a good candidate to be the DM.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Dang it! Lost Mine of Phandelver is the starter adventure found in the box set, stuffed in among all the air, and it is, dare I say, the best adventure published by WotC for 5th edition. It's got everything you'd want from a starter adventure. There's a good hook that'll work for any of the characters your players might make. Even the edgelord murder hobo is going to get motivated by money, only for them to be hoodwinked into the rest of the adventure. By the way, if you intend to play these adventures, I should say, spoilers ahead. Throughout Lost Mine of Phandelver, you are going to fight goblins, hobgoblins, bugbears, orcs, zombies, ogres, aberrations, evil wizards, beholderkin, undead, giant spiders, a dragon, and even an owlbear.
Owlbears. Owlbears. Owlbears.
There's a miniature version of the whole monster manual in the back of this book. And as far as an aid for new DMs on how to design adventures going forward, the plot structure is brilliant. You start with an ambush, which is immediately followed by a choice. Go to town, or follow the goblins back to their lair. While in town, you'll hear about loads of rumors for new adventures, setting up Chapter 3's sandbox structure, while also pointing you back to the Goblin Trail. And then everything mentions this goblin castle at the end of Chapter 3, which in turn then takes the players into the final dungeon in Chapter 4. Here is a fan-made flowchart. Most of the official adventures are not this sandboxy, not even the ones that pretend to be, and a player playing this adventure will fall in love with the game. However, if you bought the starter set, and you're the new hand that touched the beacon, then you're also a new dungeon master, and this is a lot to take in. This is not a particularly easy adventure to run. It could be structured to become one, maybe with a flowchart at the start about the overall structure of the adventure, some guidance on the designer's intent here and there, how to run certain sections, but you really do need to read the full adventure front to back once or twice to get a complete understanding. It's not ideal. But again, I think it's genuinely the best 5e adventure, and the author Richard Baker also worked on Red-Handed Doom, which is an amazing adventure for 3rd edition that I also loved running. Those 2 adventures made me fall in love with pre-written modules. My only quibble is that the iconic picture of the dragon Venom Fang on the cover is a little bit misleading. He's barely in the adventure, and when the players are likeliest to fight him, they're all going to be level 3, and it would be fatal to fight him at that point. Venom Fang is mostly just set up for Horde of the Dragon Queen, a different adventure, and it would require everyone making first level characters again. And there are no rules for character creation. At that point, you'll need to invest in the 3 core rulebooks. And as a note, Lost Mine of Phandelver takes you to 5th level, and I don't think there's a 5e adventure ready to accept 5th level characters just coming into it sight unseen. I mean, a few come to mind, maybe Storm King's Thunder if you start in Rumblings, or Descent into Avernus if you hop right into Elturel, or Curse of Strahd if you skip Death House and the player characters just start a bit beefy in Barovia. But all of that requires a lot of faff from the presumably brand new Dungeon Master. I think this is a point where the 5e ecosystem just kind of failed new players. I mean, loads of people became DMs out of these box sets, but loads of those DMs also bounced off into other systems. But all of that aside, I successfully managed to hook a group of players with this adventure, so maybe it's not a big deal. Then again, I had been running for a few years at that point. With that experience on me, I was able to run this adventure basically right out of the book at the table. But maybe that's a bit more advanced dungeon mastery than should be expected of new players. The D&D Essentials kit came out in 2019 and intended to remedy some of the flaws of the starter set. This box is considerably heavier than the starter set because there's no white bit of cardboard filling the box with air. Inside there are loads of cards for NPCs, magic items, conditions, and initiative trackers. This I think is a huge improvement. Some of this stuff I don't exactly know how to use, like the NPC cards, but I love the idea of handing a new player a magic item by literally handing them a card. Brilliant. Condition cards are a good choice too, but all of the conditions are on the back of the rulebook, so I don't know, maybe that could have been used for something better. I struggle to think of what though. The dice set is also nicer. It's got 2 d20s, which is an obvious choice in retrospect for a game with advantage and disadvantage. And a DM screen. It's got a DM screen. I can't believe the starter set didn't include one. How am I supposed to hide my notes? Or my lack of notes? This set also came with an extended 64-page rulebook, which includes rules for character creation. Great! But I wonder if a bigger rulebook is more daunting for new players. Like, do I have to read all this just to play? But instead there are no pre-generated characters. You have to make the characters yourselves. You have to get a group together for an evening to sit around the table and just make characters and not play D&D. I don't think that's great. Character creation is fun, but it's not fun to learn, and it's not fun if you've never played the game before, ever. It's kind of just arbitrary. You're picking things at random. Would it have killed them to include the 5 pre-gens from last time? It's literally just 5 pieces of paper. I also would have preferred if character creation was in its own booklet. That way it just feels a bit more optional and the rulebook isn't as thick, but that probably would have cost more, so I get it. The Adventure Dragon of Icespire Peak, however, I think is a bit of a downgrade. But there were some improvements. Like the starter set, there is a dragon on the cover. He's called Cryovane. But unlike the starter set, he is actually the main bad guy of the adventure. Well, sort of. Everything in the adventure is the fault of Cryovane moving into this keep, forcing the local monsters to relocate into the hills and into the forest. It's like trickle-down monster chaos. Cryovane is a constant threat in the adventure. There's a table at the start where you roll on to randomly determine if Cryovane comes along to pester the player characters. Good stuff. What's not working, however, is the quest board structure. The adventure is basically so that you keep going back to town to grab a new quest from a quest board set up by a literal faceless quest giver town master, and you never get to meet him. And then you get the quest and you go out to adventure with a capital A. This explicitly quest board structure relies on the players picking new quests based on brief descriptions, and then the DM just has to run them, unsure of what's coming next. Only there isn't an intersecting flowchart of stories like the one that should have been printed for Lost Mines of Phandelver. There's just a sort of tree of fairly standard quests, and choosing where to go next isn't really a game, it's kind of just vibes. The layout here deserves a shout out though. Almost every quest is formatted to be on a single spread, map and key together. Good stuff. And if they ever run long, go beyond that spread, they're designed to be exactly 2-page spreads. Great, fantastic, love that. I am a little stung by the lack of iconic monsters. Lost Mine had such a good rogues gallery that's mostly gone here in favor of more specific monsters that I think are a bit wasted on new players. There was this idea during the marketing of the Essentials kit that Dragon of Icespire Peak would make a good partner to run alongside Lost Mines of Phandelver, like literally at the same time. It's sort of insane, but I think it's a great idea. The 2 adventures would work excellently together, and I think it'd be really fun to introduce a new group of players to the game that way. Only this is the starter set and the Essentials kit. It's for beginners, including beginner DMs. Yes, hello. Welcome to D&D. Here are 2 box sets. I assume you know they're entirely compatible based on some marketing we released. Just mix them together and wing it. What? I don't get it. Now if you're a newbie and you're watching me whinge on about old box sets, here's my actual recommendation: buy this set. It's the best bang for buck, and you can claim Lost Mines of Phandelver for free on D&D Beyond, link in the description. In 2022, D&D replaced the starter set with a new one, this time with a huge blue dragon on the cover. This new starter set rolls back a lot of the improvements made by the D&D Essentials kit. We're back to only 6 dice, no advantage die, no DM screen, no cards, no character creation, but 2 old friends return, the pre-gens, yay, and the thin white cardboard that fills the box with air. You might argue that this starter set is replacing the old one, and that old one didn't have all those bells and whistles, and I shouldn't be expecting those kinds of luxuries in the starter set, but I don't know, that's such an odd argument from my perspective, because the idea behind the Essentials kit was that it's this partner to the old starter set, but that doesn't work at all when this brand new adventure isn't connected to Phandelver at all, and you can't use the quests from the Essentials kit or Cryovane. And because it's so separate, I feel like this box should have included all those things the Essentials kit added. I will say, credit where it's due, the pre-gens here are fantastic. They include all the rules needed right on the sheet. Instead of complex game rule language like listing an attack as battle axe +5, 1d8 +3 slashing, it explains the whole idea of attacking and damage all right there on the sheet. It's brilliant. Also, the pre-mates come with this excellent black and white art on the back. I think it really helps communicate the vision of the characters, especially to new players. All the rules, including the rules for leveling up, are printed on the back of the character sheet. It's brilliant. All starter sets should have that moving forward. The rulebook's back to being very thin, which I do like, but character creation is gone again, so there is that. And the rogues gallery is fairly thin. There's no goblinoids, orcs, ogres, or aberrations. It's a bit dull, really. One clever thing done by this starter set is the addition of online tools and videos explaining everything in QR codes on the box, which I think is smart. It's good to support people who learn better by watching. Though I don't know how many people actually ended up using that feature. If you bought this starter set and tried it, feel free to let me know. The included adventure, Dragons of Stormwreck Isle, is fine. I think it's a bit hollow, but I bet that's because I've been playing this game for 10 years. It consists of a small hub, Dragon's Rest, small enough that I think a new DM can easily wrap their head around it, 2 adventure locations, and once both are complete, the adventure sort of reveals itself, and the players get the privilege of going in the final dungeon. There's really nothing to write home about here, but maybe that's fine. Unlike the other 2 adventures, I certainly can't argue that a DM would struggle running this. The adventure includes this spread at the start, probably the best one out of the 3 adventures so far, which really outlines the job of the DM properly, with a few tips, some information, and most importantly, a bit of affirmation. To quote, "Dungeon masters are fallible, just like everyone else, and even experienced DMs make mistakes. And as long as your players are having fun, everything will be just fine." It's good advice. And to all the players watching this video, when was the last time you gave your DM a hug? Or said thanks for the session, or what a lovely shirt you're wearing? I'll add that each adventure location is really digestible. It's only a handful of pages, and the 48-page adventure as a whole can be read in an afternoon and jumped into without much forethought. And the first encounter does a bit of work to help you along, just like the one in Phandelver did. My only real gripe is that the cover illustrations are just lies. There's a huge blue dragon on the cover, and it doesn't appear in the adventure. All there is a little baby version of a blue dragon, and the adventure kind of admits this because there is art of that baby dragon, and it does not look as big as this. And the cover of the adventure itself is no better. It's got these 2 massive dragons duking it out, but that can't happen in the adventure. It just is not there. I guess that isn't a big deal, but the conclusion is so small compared to the scale of the cover art. I'd recommend you don't show your players the art because they're going to get let down by the smaller scale of the adventure. I love small scale adventures, but don't sell me on something big and just fail to deliver. I also take issue with the character motivation presented. All the heroes are on this island for what is basically fantasy therapy. They all have some trauma from their past and they're on this island to deal with it. And some of that results in quests, but some of it results in these words of wisdom from the main quest giver. I don't know, role-playing all that feels like a big ask for someone who's still confused by which bit of plastic is the one used for attacks. I prefer the way Lost Minds motivates you by gold, because players who want to roleplay fantasy therapy are going to bring that energy all on their own. I've played with plenty of theater kids and they don't need the adventure's help to date the innkeeper or cry about their feelings. But there are gamers coming into this hobby that are motivated by crushing monsters, and I think this heavy roleplay buy-in is going to put them off. The adventure is short. It only goes to level 3, which at first I thought it was too little, but then I thought better of it. Level 3 is a great stopping point. We tend to talk about the first 3 levels of D&D like the tutorial levels, and most published hardcover adventures have a dungeon at the start specifically designed to get you from level 1 to level 3 with little connection to the rest of the plot. This is way better for the 5e ecosystem. Finishing this adventure and then funneling the heroes into a published adventure I think would be fairly easy. You just skip that tutorial dungeon they all have and they all start at level 3. No notes on that, good design. All of these adventures are set in the Forgotten Realms, and they have a column at the start telling new DMs about the setting briefly enough to impart 2 things. 1, the setting doesn't matter for the adventure, and 2, here's a bit of setting lore you should know anyway. Can't these adventures just be setting agnostic? I remember being really put off by that when I first came into the hobby, and when I came to 5e, despite the fact that at that point I had had several years of running Pathfinder on my resume. My fear was largely that a player was going to dictate some bit of lore to me based off of their experience playing a game, watching a movie, or whatever. It terrified me. Seriously, make them setting agnostic. Stormwreck Isle is on an island that could be anywhere. Why bother telling me it's in the same world as Baldur's Gate? Karlach isn't even here, what's the point? There's already so much baggage in this game. Ability scores come in pairs, creatures all have alignment, and then there's these classes, and they don't mean the same thing as they do in World of Warcraft. Everything is then set in the same world as other games and movies. I know people, more than a few, who bought the starter set and never started. Many even tried reading it, just couldn't figure it out. They were stumped. I was once even asked to come run someone's starter set for them, after I'd already run some homebrew stuff for them. They knew enough to start, but they were terrified anyway. I have run games for people and offered them all the requisite material, and they never get started running the game. Surely we can do a better job of onboarding people. I don't know. I'll just have to keep trying. All I can think to say is that doing it wrong at the start is how you learn things. My friends and I just went by rules as vibes for years. Nobody's gonna know. The rules police isn't gonna come after you. Even I'm still learning the game. It's a huge game. You can't memorize the entire thing. Ultimately, each of these box sets is far better at introducing a new player to the game than the 3 core rulebooks were. The 2024 Player's Handbook is gunning for that ease of access though, especially with Chapter 1 in there. And if you're one of those people who's thinking about buying the Essentials Kit and the starter set, you might just be better off buying the new Player's Handbook. I don't know. Even still, the onboarding and the presented adventures is better. Though it seems to me that the new starter set's unique value proposition has more to do with it being better bang for buck than it does with it being easier to understand. They include the rules for players, dungeon masters, an adventure, dice, and in the case of the Essentials Kit, even a DM screen. For a fraction of the price it would cost for you to buy those things separately. But when it comes to being an on-ramp, I think there's some good, some bad across the board. Lost Mine of Phandelver is a brilliant adventure, but it seems like a big ask for new DMs. Dragon of Icespire Peak's structure may help new DMs, but at the cost of verisimilitude. It leaves me feeling artlessly detached from the storytelling possibilities of D&D. Dragons of Stormwreck Isle feels hollow compared to the rest, but it's probably the easiest to run. No matter which box you pick, I think they're all affordable, each with some strengths and some flaws, but they're all worth it. Throughout this exercise of going through all the starter sets, I keep thinking about the starter set announced for next fall, and wondering if they'll manage to make a value proposition as good as the Essentials Kit, but pair it with the ease of access of the starter sets. And it wouldn't hurt if the adventure is written by Richard Baker. But to summarize, if you're here because you search for this review, I think you need to get out of your own head, pick a damn date, and run the game. Find like 2 nerds, hand them character sheets, and tell them a kobold spots them and runs away to a random temple to go get the others. Roll initiative and go from there. You don't need the starter sets. You can save those $15 for Chipotle and you'd even have enough for extra guac. Just tell yourself you're running next Friday, come hell or high water, and then do it. You can run D&D with the free rules. They're all hyperlinked and available on D&D Beyond. You can make your own content or use the starter set as a helping hand. Like I said earlier, Lost Mine of Phandelver is probably 5e's best adventure, And if you like it, there's a whole hardcover adventure called Phandelver and Below, and it carries on from where the adventure leaves off. All that said, I wonder if the best way to start isn't by picking up a one-page dungeon and using the quick build rules on D&D Beyond and go from there. I have a video on exactly.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline from Young Dragon Slayer.
Just 1 century ago, the kingdom of Galifar spanned most of Corvair. Of course, we never tamed the lands beyond the Grey Wall Mountains or the jungles of the east. Nevertheless, it was impressive, this kingdom of humanities. Now I look at the map of Corvair with a touch of despair. Galifar lies shattered, the 5 nations irreparably divided. So many new realms claim sovereignty, kingdoms of elves and goblins. And what of this nation of monsters called Droam? Can it last, or will another war fracture us further? Should I dwell on such things when the morning might simply consume us all? Gods, how I fear the future. The inn's lanterns came alive 1 window at a time, as if a dragon were taking a slow, warm breath. Copper pans hissed in the kitchen. Strings plucked a cheerful tune, and the halfling hostess of House Galanda glided between tables, radiating the particular certainty that no blade would be drawn under her roof. I, Ethan, chose the corner beneath the carved gold drake and polished my breastplate until it mirrored the topaz steamlight. Important. Presentation shapes perception. Perception shapes outcomes. Also, that smudge by the collar ridge had been intolerable. My companions, 62% love, 38% annoyance, 3 newly freed constructs who I knew still wore the posture of their command words from battles future past. I snapped a cloth, made a show of buffing the spell shard, 1% shard, 99% altered novel, and conducted the ritual assessment we're here for. Halfling hostess, Galanda marks her silhouette visible. Threat, negligible. Opportunity, high. Hers was a sanctuary of comfort and hot stew. Us automatons need not sustenance, but the taste is still effective. 2 humans with Canith signet rings. Their threat, moderate. Likelihood of inspection pretext, 27%. I explained the counter-response. Remain within Galanda protection. Kundarak Vault Runner by the hearth, a brigand and thief. Threat, dormant. Opportunity assessed worthy. Lines of credit stored for later use, if we ever agree what credit means, when we inevitably brass off the guards doing our so-called errands. And if we require a method of escape, 80% chance of misdemeanor with a 20% chance of pleasure seeking. Brothers and sister, I said, smoothing a plate in an orbited motion, we begin. This dusk we speak of the world we share, swiftly, at a glance, so you may choose how to stand in it. I cradled the polished dragon shard, carved to the weight of a book, but bright as dawnlight on my onyx arm in the morning, and whispered the key. Do you think I am an automaton? A machine without feelings or a soul? Passphrase accepted, the shard chimed in a robotic voice within a symmetrical rhythm. A river of glyphs unfurled across its heart, and the chapter sigil burned steady. Chapter 1, Eberron at a glance. Every child knows the story of the progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Eberron, and Kyber. In the dawn of time, these 3 cosmic beings created 13 planes of existence, each embodying a concept. Their final work was the material plane, where all ideas would become manifest. A realm that could know war and peace, life and death, order and chaos. But cruel Kyber sought ultimate dominion over this new reality. She struck Cyberus without warning and tore him apart. Eberron wrestled with Kyber and bound the traitor in her coils, but could not defeat her. So, Eberron became a living prison, a world that would forever contain Kyber's evil. Almost every culture in the world shares this story as a myth that explains the world. Shattered Cyberis became the ring of golden dragon shards wrapped around the planet, said to be the source of magic. Eberron is the world, the source of all natural life, and Kyber is the Underdark and the source of aberrations and fiends, forever struggling against her bonds and yearning to destroy the world above. Magic is built into the very fabric of the world. It pervades everyday life. It provides comforts and conveniences unknown. Great cities where castles scrape the sky prosper throughout the continent of Corvair. And a thriving aristocracy of merchant families controls much of the world's economy thanks to the edge given them by the mysterious and rare dragon marks. Its people harness magic as a tool to build cities, to sail ships through the skies, and to create both wonders and weapons. The technology of Eberron has developed not through the advance of science, but by the mastery of magic. The widespread use of magic pervades life in the cities and towns. Airships and rail transport make rapid travel across the continent possible. A working class of minor mages, called Majorites, uses spells to provide energy and other necessities. Advances in magic item creation have led to everything from self-propelled farming implements to sentient, free-willed beings created in artificers' forges. With the aid of rare crystals called dragon shards, dragon marks can be made more powerful, elementals can be controlled and harnessed, and magic items can be crafted and shaped. An excellent system of roads connects the central nations of Corvair. Travelers sometimes make their way by horse or coach, which might employ draft animals mage-bred by House Vidalis for speed or endurance. However, the more efficient means of travel is by two distinct means. The two main options provide long-distance travel across land. Major cities in Corvair are linked by the lightning rail of House Orion, which allows many travelers to avoid the perils and tedium of the roads. The lightning rail uses bound elementals to pull a train of carriages over a path of magical stones, between which a rail-like stream of lightning arcs. When speed is an issue, countless travelers book passage on a House Lyrandar airship, which uses a bound elemental to hold a ship aloft and propel it through the air. Topaz Steamlight once again pooled warm across the common room of the Gold Dragon Inn as the warforged creator Ethan set the polished dragon shard on a clean square of linen and, unable to bear a single smear, gave it one last unnecessary buff and puff. A quick, quiet tally of the room followed. Garlander wards steady, no hostile intent detected. Then the passphrase left their lips. The shard answered with a chime like thin crystal struck once. Lines of pale fire braided from facet to facet, and a translucent shard hovered above the table and spoke in a circadian rhythm once more. 100% accepted. Welcome, Ethan. Enjoy your lecture. Chapter 2. History of Eberron. There are patterns hidden in the world. Secrets lie in the conjunctions of the planes and moons, in strange symbols formed by the flowing lava of a volcanic eruption or the fissures caused by an earthquake. Carved in the walls of ancient citadels and on primeval megaliths, knot patterns appear to have meaning that only the contemplative mind can hope to comprehend. To those who can read them, these myriad events and signs form a map of possible futures, a map that can be used to shape the course of history. Scholars call this map the Draconic Prophecy, attributing it to the progenitor. Dragons, Eberron, Cyberus, and Khyber. The prophecy is vast and complex, its signs scattered across the world. Few humans or even elves have the time or resources to unravel its secrets. The foremost students of the prophecy are ancient dragons, immortal fiends, and others who have devoted thousands of years to this work. The prophecy is a map that shows many possible futures, along with the steps that must occur to make that future a reality. Many a scribe has attempted, incorrectly, to transmute the scripture into a viable solution, always to no avail. Conspiracy theorists insist that a network of dragons is hidden in Corvair, and these mighty creatures use powerful magic and humanoid agents to work their will across the continent and beyond. These claims are usually dismissed as madness, but they are in fact correct. The chamber is a cabal of dragons that have monitored Corvair for thousands of years, treating humanoids as pawns in an ancient game. First and foremost, the dragons of the chamber are observers, gathering information about new aspects of the prophecy and sharing it with their elders in Argonnessen. They are also charged with stopping any creature that seeks to use the prophecy for its own ends. This responsibility sets them against the Lords of Dust, who must manipulate the prophecy in order to release their fiendish overlords. It also leads them to recruit or eliminate any humanoid who learns too much about the prophecy. The chamber is loosely organized. Each dragon monitors its own small corner of the world and maintains a network of humanoid agents. Although the mission of the chamber is one of observation, individual dragons often have their own agendas. Some seek to manipulate the prophecy personally, directing the future along a particular path. Others conduct experiments on dragon-marked humanoids, trying to understand the connection between these creatures and the prophecy. Still others are obsessed with the Lords of Dust in century-spanning games of cat and mouse with their fiendish counterparts. In general, the chamber seeks to maintain the status quo and opposes demons, so agents of the chamber can often be useful allies or patrons. But ultimately, humanoids are just pawns in the dragon's eyes, and they readily sacrifice any of those pawns to ensure the sanctity of the prophecy and the defeat of the Lords of Dust. The Lords of Dust are evil entities spawned at the dawn of time who still haunt Eberron. The cities raised by those ancient overlords are now only ashes, but the Lords of Dust still dream of restoring their primordial dominion. These fiends have been biding their time in an inconceivably long game, sparring with the dragons of Argonnessen as they manipulate events in order to fulfill the words of the draconic prophecy in a way that will bring them victory. Another tale shared across cultures describes one more conflict that occurred in the first age of the world. Long ago, powerful archfiends known as the Overlords and their armies of Rakshasa and lesser fiends dominated Eberron. Forces of light, some versions of the story, say the 9 gods of the sovereign host. Others say an alliance of dragons and celestials eventually defeated the overlords. But these fiends couldn't be destroyed. Instead, their immortal essences were bound in Khyber. Whatever the true details of this tale, this much is true. If the overlords ever break their bonds, the consequences would be catastrophic. Over the course of millennia, numerous civilizations rose only to fall. Giants built mighty kingdoms on the continent of Zendrik that were devastated by a war with the dragons of Argonnessen. The Goblin Empire of Dakani ruled Corvair until its reign was shattered by an invading army of mind flayers, beholders, and the foul creatures that created them. Today, these civilizations are known only through the remnants left behind. For hundreds of years, the continent of Corvair was united under the kingdom of Galifar. This peace came to an end with the death of King Jarot in 894 YK, just over a century ago. Conflict over the succession spiraled into outright war between the 5 nations. The last war was a bitter struggle that forever changed the shape of Corvair. It was a century marked by shifting alliances, with years of stalemate interspersed with periods of intense battles. This grueling conflict left deep scars on the land and the people, but there was worse to come. On 20 Olaroon 994 YK, the nation of Sire was consumed in a magical cataclysm now known as the Mourning. The cause of the Mourning remains unknown. Many fear it was caused by unbridled use of war magic. Shock and fear brought the nations to the negotiating table, and the last war came to an end in 996 YK with the Treaty of Thronehold. The nations of Corvair all employed different forms of battle magic during the war. Aundair fielded the greatest number of wizards, while Breland produced floating fortresses and other engines of war. The nation of Karnath embraced the practice of necromancy and animated hordes of undead soldiers. In the final decades of the war, House Cannith created the Warforged, tireless soldiers formed of metal and other materials. The Treaty of Thronehold forbade the creation of new Warforged and granted freedom to those that survived the conflict. Warforged now seek places to call home across Corvair, but these living weapons struggle to find their place in a world at peace. Although many celebrated the end of the war, others remain unsatisfied with its outcome. No one won the war. Even though people optimistically refer to it as the last war, most believe that it's only a matter of time until conflict begins anew. The mystery of the Mourning is the only thing holding the warmongers at bay. If someone uncovers the secret of the Mourning, if it can be proven that the Mourning can't happen again, or if its power could be harnessed as a weapon, war could erupt again. Until then, the nations remain in a cold war as each makes preparations and seeks advantages in a conflict that could lie ahead. No other group exerts as much influence over the 5 nations as the combined membership of the Dragon-marked houses. Each Dragon-marked house is part noble family and part business cartel, involved in businesses ranging from hospitality to espionage for hire. The reach of the houses is so extensive that they have interests in every facet of life in the civilized lands of Corvair and beyond. Those interests often bring them into conflict with local rulers and national governments. Unified Galifar had the strength and influence to impose its will on the collected dragon-marked houses, but in the wake of the war, it remains to be seen if any single nation has the resources to challenge them. Although most houses have distinct spheres of interest, their concerns overlap just enough to cause friction. House Orion's control of transportation and shipping is threatened by the growing reach of House Lyrandar's airships. House Tharashk's arrangement with Drome threatens House Deneth's monopoly on providing mercenary services. House Cannith lost its leadership in the Mourning, and rival barons are fighting for control of the house. An organization called the 12 seeks to mediate disputes and encourage cooperation between the houses. The dragon-marked houses generally thrived during the last war. Each house's unique talents were easily adapted to the war effort. Ostensibly neutral in the conflict, the houses made huge profits by selling services and material to every nation involved in the war. For all the houses, ultimately, the war years were a time of vigorous growth and increased influence. In some ways, though, the dragon-marked houses did feel the brunt of the conflict. House Cannith, for instance, suffered great setbacks near the end of the war. Many of its foundries and factories were destroyed, and the Treaty of Thronehold forced the house to dismantle the creation forges that produced the Warforged. Worst of all, for the house, the destruction of Sire left Cannith without a clear leader, resulting in the house being fragmented into 3 semi-independent branches. In another major development, House Thorani broke away from House Fielan during the war, in part because of the conflicts of interest that arose within an espionage organization that was being called on to serve multiple sides in a complex conflict. Topaz Steamlight sighed through a brass throat above the table. its warm haze tinting the polished dragon shard, the pale orange tint of late afternoon. The gold dragon inn settled into its second quiet, plates cooling, fire steady, when the door's bell rang and a compact figure stepped in, leather apron cross-buckled, wand holstered at the wrist, hammer at the hip. A mage-right and wandslinger both, the inn's blacksmith drifted to the counter with a crate of knives. One neat gesture and a ribbon of runes leapt from her wand, the broken edges of the knives knitted back together. A dozen blades whispered themselves to sleep, once again sharp. At the corner table, the Warforged creator paused mid-polish, satisfied at last, and set the shard upon a folded square of linen. The passphrase was spoken. Map lines of amber traced themselves in the steam-lit air. Coasts, crowns, frontiers, while thread-like filaments reached gently for the waiting minds of the automatons. 75.6% chance of fact, 24.4% chance of embellishment. Chapter 3. Realms and Nations of Eberron. The continent of Corvair was once largely unified under the Kingdom of Galifar. Today Corvair is split into many nations, some old, others newly born from the crucible of war. A number of famous nations litter the continent. Fertile farmlands surround the grand cities of Aundair. The floating towers of Arcanix are the finest institute for mystical study in Corvair, and magic is deeply ingrained in Aundarian culture. The nation produces more mage rites and wandslingers than any other in Corvair. From the nobles lounging in the towers of Fairhaven, to the common folk working the vast vineyards of Bluevine, Aundarians value wit and wisdom. Aundarians prefer finesse to brute force and appreciate cunning wordplay and fine fashions. The sovereign host is the dominant faith of Aundair, with a particular devotion to Orion. However, the Silver Flame also maintains a devoted following. Some might say overzealous. Although Aundair is a small nation, its arcane superiority allowed it to retain its dominion during the last war. The people of Aundair know that knowledge is power, and they take pride in their nation's magical advancements. To ensure her nation's prosperity and dominance, Queen Aurela Irwinan instituted the Arcane Initiative, an aggressive series of programs intended to forward the development of mystical infrastructure and battle magic. Before the war, the Arcane Congress served all Galifar. The most promising students from across Corvair came to study at Arcanix, and students from Corvair, Sire, and Aundair worked together to win honor in the trials of the Ninefold Path. Known to students simply as the Nine, this contest pits students of the 8 traditions against one another in a series of arcane challenges, along with a 9th bracket for those who have yet to select a tradition. Teamwork, independence, memorization, innovation. The 9 challenges competitors on many levels, and the finest wizards of Galifar were invariably champions of the 9. Thanks to the Treaty of Thronehold, students of all nations once again study side by side in the towers of Arcanix, but no treaty or ritual can easily dispel the tensions of a century of war. Over the last year, we've reported on a number of hate crimes in the towers fueled by nationalist passions. Optimistic teachers hope that the 9 will showcase the diversity that has evolved over the course of the past century, highlighting Karnathi advances in necromancy and evocation, siren illusions, and more. But privately, professors fear that the competitive aspect of the 9 will inflame nationalist tension. Some even believe that the lives of foreign students could be endangered should they defeat Aundarian champions. Only time will tell if the 9 can bring them together as it once did, or if it will divide them further apart. In the Demon Wastes, rivers of lava cut across plains of black sand and volcanic glass. The only vegetation consists of blood-red moss and a thick layer of shimmering slime. A jagged rock formation might be a piece of an ancient wall if you stretch your imagination. Tens of thousands of years ago, fiends ruled Corvair. The Demon Wastes held the seat of power for some of the mightiest archfiends, home to cities of Rakshasas and demons. Most of these foul entities perished or fled long ago, but a few still linger in this place, even as new ones crawl up from the depths of Khyber. A handful of primordial ruins sustained by dark magic dot the bleak landscape, ruins that may still be home to fiends and their treasures. The Stone Cage, Shadow Crags, and Icehorn Mountains separate the Demon Wastes from the Eldene Reaches. A series of canyons, known as the Labyrinth, further separate the Demon Wastes from the rest of Corvair. Due to ancient warding magic, any creature that wishes to leave must do so through the Labyrinth. These passes are guarded by the Kashkala, tribes of orcs sworn to contain the evils of the Wastes. Beyond the Labyrinth, the mortal inhabitants of the Demon Wastes include a brutal people known as the Carrion Tribes. Each tribe is devoted to an archfiend, and they engage in endless battles against the Kashkala and the other Carrion tribes. Destroyed at the end of the last war, Sire now exists only in the hearts of the refugees scattered across Corvair. Before the war, Sire was the seat of the kings and queens of Galifar. The wealth of the kingdom flowed through Sire, and it was a nexus for commerce and culture. By tradition, Sire's Princess Mishan had the rightful claim to the throne of Galifar. Sirens take pride that they alone were in the right in the last war, but they unquestionably lost more to the war than any other nation. Sirens like to say that their culture represented the best that Galifar had to offer, which is to say a little bit of everything. Sirens value diversity and versatility, both in talents and thought. Sire couldn't match Karnath in martial discipline or Onder in the arcane arts, but the flexibility of its forces reflected the nation's ideals. Goblins and their kin have always been part of Corvair. Their ancient empire spread across the lands now held by other nations, and goblin foundations still stand underneath many human cities. This empire collapsed into savagery, and when humans arrived from Sarlona, they drove the goblins from their ancestral lands. Thus, goblins have long been a disenfranchised people, living in the shadows of newer nations or in wild lands shunned by humans. The land now called Dargun was once part of Sire. The hobgoblin clans known as the Kaldar were based in the Seawall Mountains, but during the war, the demand for mercenaries drew an ever-increasing number of goblins out of the mountains to fight for Sire and Breland. Late in the war, a brilliant hobgoblin named Lesh Haruk Sharatkor recognized that the goblins had become the dominant military power in the region. Uniting the Kaldar under his banner, Haruk seized the territory he was supposed to protect. The Five Nations were unprepared, and Breland quickly negotiated an alliance with Haruk to secure the border. Sire fought the goblins until the day of mourning, but the majority of delegates involved in forging the Treaty of Thronehold chose to recognize the nation of Dargun. Khyber, the realms below. The common creation myth contends that when the progenitor dragons fought, Eberron trapped Khyber in her coils and became the world, imprisoning her evil sibling in a living prison. Bound within the world, Khyber spawns demons and monsters to plague the children of Eberron. This might be myth and metaphor, but it's also a description of fact. There are worlds within the world, realms inhabited by aberrations, fiends, and all manner of monsters. Anytime someone descends below the surface of the world, they enter Khyber. But the underworld takes two very different forms. First is the natural realm, networks of tunnels and caverns formed from stone and soil. These passages are dark and dangerous, but they're exactly what you expect to find in an underground realm. Such passages might be home to carrion crawlers, giant beetles, or clans of kobolds. But ultimately, these mundane caverns follow the laws of nature. There's another aspect to Khyber. Go deep enough and you find a seemingly endless array of demiplanes, each stranger than the last. When descending into a chasm, the would-be traveler could find a labyrinth inhabited by demons, or discover a realm consisting of the guts of a colossal living creature. Anything is possible in Khyber, and these worlds within are home to all manner of terrors. The demiplanes of Khyber are not concretely tied to the world above. An intrepid adventurer or traveler could observe a passage in Breland that leads into a disturbing subterranean swamp filled with oozes and slimes. After traveling what seems to be a few miles, travelers may emerge from a different tunnel in Zendrik, half a world away from where they began. The Mirror Holds demonstrate this mystery. Over the past century, the dwarves discovered a vast subterranean kingdom within the Ironroot Mountains. Most of these halls rest in the natural layers of Khyber. The halls connect to one another in logical cartographic order, but as the ancient dwarves dug deeper, they opened passages into the unnatural realms and unleashed the hordes of the Delkadirn the Corruptor. Passages to Dirn's realm also exist in the Shadow Marches, on the opposite side of Corvair. The Corruptor's domain doesn't necessarily stretch across the entire world, although the portals to the worlds in which they connect within defy natural law. These connections impact the world in a number of ways. Dark forces often rise anywhere in the world, bursting out of a previously unknown portal to Khyber. This fact dictates the primary mission of the Church of the Silver Flame: to stand ready to defend the innocent from such unnatural threats. Because the demiplanes connect to the world at random, many armies and sages are often conflicted on what an adventurer may find within the depths. The many layers of Khyber share similarity only in their strangeness and deadliness. Eberron is the natural world. Khyber is the source of fiends and monstrosities and the domain of the alien Delkir. Some cults of the dragon below believe that paradise awaits them in the veil of the inner sun. But such cultists consider gibbering mouthers and mind flayers to be creatures of beauty. Any follower of the Sovereign Host knows this story about Zendrik. In the dawn of time, the Sovereigns bound the fiendish overlords and freed the world from chaos. The mighty giants had fought alongside the Sovereigns, and in gratitude, Orion granted them dominion over the continent of Zendrik. Orion taught giants the secrets of wizardry, and they grew powerful. The giants built towers that touched the sky and seemingly endless cities. The mightiest among the giants was the Titan Kulsur. His power was so great that he pulled the 13th moon from the sky and crushed it in a fit of anger. The giants ruled many lesser races, and eventually the elves rose up against them. Kulsur unleashed plagues upon the rebellious elves. He made assassins of elven shadows and turned them back against their owners. Still, the rebels persisted. In his anger, Kulsur prepared to pull down the rest of the moons to hurl them at his enemies, even though he'd destroy the world in doing it. But the giants had gone too far, and Orion set the dragons of Argonessen upon them. The dragons destroyed the vast cities and leveled the towers. Kulsur was slain, and his people scattered. The Sovereigns and Six each laid a curse upon the land. Orion decreed that the creatures of Zendrik would have no knowledge of law, and Boldrai proclaimed that no city would stand. The Traveller distorted the land so that no path followed twice. The Devourer unleashed fire and storm, and so Zendrik remains a land of mystery, a realm that cannot be mapped, a place that holds secrets that could shatter the world. This story bears at least some truth. The elves were once slaves of the ancient giants, and the dragons did eradicate the civilizations of Zendrik. Great magic has warped the land. The environments of Zendrik are extreme and unpredictable, and travelers might find a glacial expanse in the midst of a vast desert. Tens of thousands of years have passed, yet no civilization has risen to the heights of the fallen giants. Some believe that Orion's and Boldri's curses ensure that any city that grows too large collapses into madness. The Traveler's Curse twists space, and explorers might follow the same path twice, only to end up in entirely different locations. Zendrik is a continent that defies control. Expeditions have unearthed artifacts of immense power, as well as fields of Cyberus dragon shards, but once a being leaves a site, they might never find it again. Giants still roam Zendrik, but these creatures have never regained the glory of their ancestors. Tribes of drow, said to be the shadow assassins created by the Emperor Kulsur, linger in the darkness. Chapter 4. The Great Wheel Cosmology. Eberron is part of the Great Wheel of the Multiverse. Similar to the Forgotten Realms with cities such as Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate, and the world of Krynn, with cities such as Solace and Palanthas. Famous to the inhabitants who reside there, at the same time, it is fundamentally apart from the rest of the Great Wheel, sealed off from the other planes, even while it's encircled by its own wheeling cosmology. Eberron's unique station in the multiverse is an important aspect of the world. Its planes have profound and shifting influences on the material plane, and it is sheltered from the influences and machinations of gods and other powers elsewhere on the Great Wheel. The planet of Eberron is the heart of its own material plane. It is surrounded by the Ring of Cyberus. Beyond this band of dragon shards, 13 moons orbit the world. To date, no creature from Eberron has explored the moons, and none can say whether they are lifeless rocks or thriving worlds. Some sages believe that the moons are connected to the planes, or that they might even be physical extensions of the planes, but the truth of these assertions remains unknown. No other planets have been discovered within Eberron's material plane. The underworld of Kyber, however, contains a host of demiplanes, tiny pockets of altered reality. As such, venturing beneath the surface of Eberron can lead you to a network of caverns and passages, and if a traveller finds the right passage, it can take you to fantastic and deadly places inhabited by fiends, aberrations, and other children of Kyber. It is theoretically possible to travel between Eberron and other worlds in the multiverse by means of the deep ethereal, or various spells designed for planar travel. But the cosmology of Eberron is specifically designed to prevent such travel, to keep the world hidden away from the meddling of gods, celestials, and fiends from beyond the great wheel of Eberron. The three progenitor worms work together to form Eberron and its planes as a new cosmic system in the depths of the ethereal plane. They recreated the elves, orcs, dragons, and other races found throughout the multiverse and placed them in their new world, but allowed them to develop beyond the reach of Groomsh, Corellon, Lolth, and other influences for good and ill. Chapter 5. Faiths. Most Corvarians acknowledge the pantheon of the sovereign host and its malign shadow, the Dark Six. The Dark Six are the shadows of the sovereign host. These dark gods shape the world and are present at all times, speaking to those willing to hear them. Where the sovereigns govern positive forces, the Dark Six are the source of fears. Arowai and Balinor reflect the positive aspects of nature. The devastating storm, the earthquake, the wildfire. These are the work of the Devourer. The Dark Six and the Sovereign Host are opposite sides of the same coin. If you believe in one, you acknowledge the existence of the other. The only question is whether you fear the Six or revere them. Those who choose to follow these sinister deities embrace darkness. A barbarian may thank the Fury for the gift of rage. An assassin walks the path of the mockery, while a warlock's pact may be a gift of the shadow. The Dark Six inspire worship in different ways among diverse cultures. Temples to the Dark Six appear in Droam, along with wild revels driven by the Fury. The Dark Six aren't worshipped openly elsewhere in Corvair. The gods' shrines are hidden, and it's more common to find a cult devoted to a single member of the Six than a temple dedicated to the entire pantheon. Although the Six are united, they hold differing aspects and perspectives on the world of Eberron. The Devourer governs the destructive power of nature, both pure elemental force and savagery in beasts. The Keeper snatches souls before they can reach Dolur and hoards them along with his vast wealth. Those driven by greed call him their patron, and his priests often act as criminal fixers. The Fury governs both passion and revenge, rage and despair. She offers revenge to those who have been wronged, but her vengeance often leads to suffering. The Mocker is the patron of treachery and terror in battle. He guides those who seek victory through guile, both warriors and assassins. He was once the brother of Dol Dawn and Dol Ara, but he was stripped of his skin and his name after betraying them. The Shadow is the dark side of knowledge and ambition. It's said to be Orion's shadow, given malign life when Orion mastered magic. The Shadow is the maker of monsters and the keeper of forbidden secrets, and it offers malevolent spells to warlocks and wizards. The Traveler asserts that chaos drives evolution and that change makes us stronger. The Traveler is a trickster and the giver of dangerous gifts. Some artificers worship the Traveler, seeing it as the Lord of innovation, but the gifts of the Traveler always have unexpected consequences. The pantheon of the sovereign host embodies all that is good in the world. The people of Corvair have followed the sovereigns for thousands of years, and everyone knows the names of the sovereigns and the Dark Six. Even people who aren't devout might still swear by the sovereigns or offer a prayer in a moment of crisis. Similar to the Dark Six, the sovereign host also hold differing aspects and perspectives. Arawai is the sovereign of life and love. She is the patron of fertility and of the benevolent aspects of nature, bringing good harvest and gentle rain. Orion is the sovereign of law and law. He is considered the first wizard who shared the secrets of wizardry with the world. Balinor is the sovereign of horn and hunt. He guides both the beast and the hunter, and he is the patron of those who walk on the edge of civilization and the natural world. Boldre is the sovereign of hall and hearth. She guides and protects communities and families, inspiring people to work together for the common good. Dol Ara is the sun that drives away the darkness. She stands for wisdom in war and for those who fight with honor, pursue justice, and make sacrifices for the greater good. Dol Dawn is the sovereign of strength and steel. He is the patron of the common soldier, and he guides the hands of anyone who holds a weapon. He embodies courage, strength, and martial skill. Kolkaran is the sovereign of world and wealth. He guards travelers and guides traders. Kolkaran guides fair negotiation. Those driven solely by greed prefer the keeper of the Dark Six. Oladrua is the sovereign of feast and fortune. She is the giver of joy and the granter of luck, patron to entertainers, gamblers, and anyone who takes a chance. Onatar is the sovereign of fire and forge. He guides both mundane smiths and artificers, inspiring anyone who performs an act of creation. The Church of the Silver Flame is famous within Eberron, and every Thrain child knows the story of Tira Miron. Centuries ago, one of the ancient and powerful demons chained within the world broke free from its bonds, unleashing terrible suffering on the people of Thrain. The nation would have been destroyed if not for Tira Miron. This paladin was called by the Silver Flame and battled the mighty Fiend. When it became clear that the Overlord couldn't be destroyed, Tira gave her life, combining her spirit with the light of the Silver Flame to bind the demon once more. Now, Tira serves as the voice of the flame, helping others find the light. Anyone who seeks to protect the innocent and battle evil can draw on the power of the Silver Flame to aid them, but they must beware of the shadow in the flame, the demon that still lingers and yearns to trick good people into evil. Blue-white arcs chased one another along the conductor stones as the Orion lightning rail whispered through the night. In a brass-trimmed compartment, the Warforged creator set a polished dragon shard on the fold-out table, inspected their reflection in the window with appreciation. Chapter 6.